It's Aloha Friday, swim, bike, and run on Saturday. It's Aloha Friday, swim, bike, and run on Saturday. Breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Oh! Thank you, Pancho Man. Welcome to Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are presented by Active, hashtag Inspired to Race, and we are brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and of course, Babbittville Radio. Our guests. What a motley crew we have, Huddle, here.
I feel like the band's gotten back together.
We have. Yeah. Hey, we're going on the road. We just wanted to announce that we're not retired any longer. We're going on the road. We'll be playing the Palace in L.A. Michael Lovato, Greg Welch, 1994 Ironman World Champion, by the way.
All right.
Yeah, he's all right.
Good, yeah.
Matt Lieto, who will be bringing all the action tomorrow on Ironman Live, correct? Welchie?
Yes, correct, mate. Yeah, we'll be going up at 6 o'clock Hawaiian time. Yeah, so it's going to be about, midday back on the East Coast,
yes.
And late in the afternoon over in Europe. And for the Australians, well, you're going to have to get out of bed really early if you want to see the show. But can't wait. The motley crew's back together, and
love it.
We're set to go.
All right.
So what's the setup? You guys down in the palm trees by the luau garden, or are you
up
on
we're
the
down
roof
there
of
right
the
in front of the King Cam. You got it. No, we could be up on the roof if we asked for it.
Yeah,
but
we've been on the roof before. You don't want to be there.
No, the glare killed us, yeah.
Yes, we have, yeah. Not a good idea.
We feel like we like to interact with our people. So, let the fans come on up, touch us, feed us information.
Feed you food.
Speaking of feeding information, that's one of the big questions. I think everybody out there, especially on the various forums, thinks that you're getting live updates like all the time on every single athlete in the crowd. So they're like, why aren't they telling us anything? How are you guys getting your information?
Well, I think for the most part, what they see at home, we see as well. So often people don't realize that. If we're looking at a picture, they're looking at that same picture. It's not like we have a bunch of stuff we're withholding. So we share everything we've got. We get the text updates, but we do have some secret sources. So when we do get that information, we'll shoot it to you via, the best way possible.
Who's got the best secret source?
I think we sent it out by pigeon, by the way.
Yeah, we have used some pigeons, but you'll often see me when it comes back to camera doing one of these, and it's because I've got text updates.
Trying to get a hotel reservation,
exactly, right.
and trying to work out reservation for food.
Sure.
I like that.
No, but same as Michael was saying, same as everybody else, right? We are watching the camera, but I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at Facebook, I'm checking my text messages from people that are out on the course. Getting all that information, because there's so much going on, so many great athletes. It's hard to keep track if we're just out there looking at the camera.
The hard part in this day and age is there is so much information.
Yeah.
And it's hard to validate everything you hear. Oh, so-and-so's out of the race. And how do you balance that being spontaneous and letting me know what's going on with, we better make sure it's right.
Yeah, we definitely pass it along to a couple different sources before, and we'll say we've heard that or information has come to us, but we've jumped it a few times for sure, but we try to make sure we've got accurate information first.
So, Greg, what I was going to ask you is, as a guy who's won this race, the fact that you've been there, and all you guys have raced this race, but...
Are you calling us losers? Is that what you're saying,
The
Bob?
rest of us
okay.
are losers,
Relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking. We got winner, loser, real loser.
Hang on a second.
Haven't won.
He was
Seventh?
He was seventh.
Yes.
Actually, I was six.
He was sixth.
Did you get a sixth?
He was sixth in 92.
The money was the same.
And this guy,
Exactly.
how many times were you ninth place?
17 times.
17 times
ninth place.
3 times ninth. Hang on, just to get back to that other one before we go forward.
Yes.
We do rely on our spotter network. So we do have that. That's our number one source of information. That's run by Kevin McKinnon,
right.
the editor-in-chief of Ironman.com.
Who's great.
So
The
who's
guru.
unreal. So he's got his whole spotter network out there doing a terrific job. We've got it on the lead men, lead women, and we have spotters, just about at every aid station that, feed all that information back to a Grand Central station, and then it gets fed to us, plus what we see on the screen. So,
Sure.
yeah.
I remember years ago when Huddle and I were involved in it, it was really, the hard part was you really can't get information unless the helicopter's up and in terms of the live video. Has it gotten better over the years? It seems like there's so much more information out there.
I think the technology has gotten better, but the idea has still been the same as what it was back then. Back then we had Peter Henning, who was our executive producer,
right.
and just a very, very talented man. And so I think that our style is the same. However, the technology is a little bit better.
Yes.
So we've probably got more cameras. We've got high definition cameras, and just with our helicopters being in the places where they need to be. If we don't have a helicopter over the top of the shot, we don't get it. Right. So that's what it's like.
Are there more chip mats now in terms of so you get more accurate information on getting splits and knowing who's leading where?
I would say so. I mean, they've got them everywhere. So we got a lot of the folks at home can see that every time one of their people or the pros, anyone crosses the mat, that update shoots right up. So I think that there's plenty more. I think the first time I raced here, there was a chip at the start and a chip at the finish.
Yeah, and maybe something.
You know what I mean? And it was like we were still pulling tags to see when you came across the line.
That's where the pigeon was there too, right?
And to verify, just to double check.
All right. So one of the things we have to talk about, and I actually got it out of Welch this morning, and I was shocked because I have a hard time getting people to pick the top winner, let alone the top three.
Yeah, okay.
No, a lot of these guys, a lot of you guys have been athletes recently, so you have a lot of friends who are racing, and I think everybody is a little bit gun shy when it comes to saying so and so I think is going to be 1, 2, 3, because you don't want to make anyone mad, you don't want to offend anybody. But this is what you're doing. This is why you're here.
Flagging for the mic.
I fear it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and
Too bad.
There were times where we did like top 10. Yes. And then if you don't pick your buddy in top 10, then they're pissed. But if it's 3, they can't really be upset, right? Because you're just blindfold, throwing darts to the wall.
So toss them out.
3, mine that I've got on paper.
On paper?
You know what is that on paper?
It's submitted. What that means is I'd change it right now if I could.
Are you faxing this or what's the deal?
Yeah. Exactly. So I have.
Is it notarized?
I have Llanos for the win.
Llanos, all right. Yeah, a lot of people in Spain be very happy about that.
He was a favorite last year. I think he's a really similarly gifted athlete to Frederick. Yeah. They have very similar strengths, so it's quite possible for him to take the win. He's more experienced than anybody else. Second place, I have Ferdino. Everybody's got Ferdino. He easily could win by a mile, but first time it's
out.
A big ask, right? Yeah. And then kind of my dark horse is Paul Matthews, super underrated guy, but little known fact, that guy, he's finished 3 Ironmans. He did do this a few years ago, didn't finish early on in his career, but his slowest Ironman is 8:05. His slowest marathon split is 2:48.
Where did he do that 8:05 in Austria?
No, he did the 8:05. The 8:05 was Arizona. That was the slowest one.
Okay.
He did Melbourne. He was second at Melbourne this year. Tough guy, obviously now being coached by Crowe.
Do you have Vegas odds on this? Are you betting on this? Is that why you're throwing that out there?
I wish I could.
Okay.
If we could, let's get it going.
So wait, he's coached by Crowe, who's a competitor of his in the race?
Yeah. Yes. That's going to work out well.
That's a good move. Yeah. I think you should go run 50 today.
Crowe's going to tell him everything except that one thing.
Exactly. There's that one thing.
Oh, I should have told you that. What about you, Welch?
I'm giving it to Lovato first.
Oh, good move.
I didn't think Lovato was racing.
Yeah.
Oh, Lovato.
He's giving it to me for the win. 9th. I know. The thing is, I come across the line. I'm in 5th, 6th, 4th, whatever it is. I just wait. there until I'm in 9th. I like numbers. I'm kind of a weird.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm a weird fella.
Well, 9's a
Here,
good
I'm
number.
diving right in. No more stalling. For me, I am going to start with the third place. We're coming back. I'm getting Ferdino. He's going to go in there. He's amazing, but he's going to have to really be careful because he's so amazing. So I think he's going to have to learn it. The heat here, unbelievable. I saw him race Vegas his first time out. He ran the first mile. I think it was like 3:35.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so. So I think Ferdino's in 3rd. 2nd place, we're going to see a return to the podium for Mr. Marino Van Hohenacker. Yeah. No one's calling him, but the guy's got anger. His countryman won last year.
So far, you've got 2 solar panels in the top 3.
That's 3rd, 2nd. Solar panels?
They're like both 6'8". They're like,
They're getting extra energy.
Okay,
so they're bringing
whatever.
extra energy. 2 tall guys and winning the race.
Yeah.
A little bit shorter from Spain. No one's picking him yet for the win, but Ivan Rania, he's the guy that can run better than anyone in this heat.
Everyone in Barcelona picked that, by the way, but you're the first one here.
So Rania. I mean, I think I watched him do Cozumel 2 years ago. The guy ran under 250 in oppressive heat that makes Hawaii feel kind of balmy. Yeah. So I think Rania's got it. He has the 6th place of last year. A little confidence, and he's got wheels all the way across the board. Austria probably gave him a little boost, even though it was only half an Ironman distance, probably, right? Anyway, that's me. That's it. Rania, Van Hohenacker.
You know what's really great so far? We'll get back to it, but this will not be a male-only.
And by the way, that's completely going to be wrong. I know that much.
Oh, for me, well, let's go women first. I think we're going to see a return to the podium.
We're coming back to women. Just go with men. Everyone's only done men. Don't try and one-up everybody.
I was trying to get in ahead of you.
Does he always do this? Is this how it is the whole time?
Boys, girls, and then come to
I share my mic openly. I'm a sharer. I'm a share bear.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
share bear.
All right, let's go over to our men then. In 3rd place, I think I'm going to have to go for Free Van Leerd. in third place. I think that Rania is, definitely one of the guys to watch. So probably second and Frodeno first. I know it's a bold prediction.
Nah, it's a good one, though.
And outside chances, dark horses. You allowing me to say?
Sure,
that?
yeah, absolutely.
You kidding?
Well, Pete Jacobs last year was really disappointing, and I disagree with Michael. I don't think Runya's the fastest guy on the run course. I think Pete Jacobs is.
241 here.
Yeah,
242.
What about Bart Arnott's?
And Bart Arnott's too. So, nobody's talking about Bart Arnott's. Craig Alexander, who knows? Marino Van Hoornacker. But my three are Frodeno, Freddie, and Runya as well.
But Pete Jacobs, a dark horse
Pete
for you?
Jacobs, dark horse, yeah, for sure.
So I got to ask, because no one's mentioned,
Yes.
and I just found out yesterday possible injury or whatever, but my pick going in on paper,
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
And me
Yeah.
too, and I didn't put him
But
in there
is he
because
hurt?
I
I've heard-
know he's injured.
Yeah, you
He
can't
is
be
injured.
injured, yeah.
And
'Cause
people saw him running in the pool. That's never good.
So I predict someone will be first off the bike.
Oh, way to
It'll either
jump
be
on a
him or
corner.
Starkey.
He's gonna
I
Starkey's probably not gonna let that happen.
Yeah,
so,
you don't
But
reckon?
we might see a record time.
But if Kinley
tomorrow,
knows
given
he
the
can't
conditions. Yeah, but given the conditions,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I don't see. If Keenly starts, I think he thinks he's going to be able to finish.
Yeah,
Right. I don't
yeah.
think he's going to go out there thinking he's going to DNF, and I think he is never going to let an opportunity racing here go. So I don't see him going out and blowing up just to have the fastest bike split ever if he doesn't think he's going to race a complete
yeah.
race after that.
Yeah.
But hands down, you look at his last 2 years, he's, I think, hands down favorite.
Yeah.
But these rumors of him aqua jogging doesn't.
Yeah,
Well,
not
it's
good.
very wrong
Yeah.
in Mont Tremblant. So he didn't have a great race in Mont Tremblant. So it's that too. You're feeling like something's down. Something's on the downward for him. So
Yeah.
What's interesting is when Pete Jacobs came in, he was coming on after him the other day, and Pete goes, "Hey, Sebastian, I heard you're injured," and he goes, "Yes, I am. My arm is broken and my leg is broken too. I think you should just let me go because I can't run at all."
I like it. Funny.
So you never know, a little tactics.
Yeah, you always wonder. Maybe a little sandbag, right?
Yeah, you never know. How about the women?
So Matt,
Wow, you guys are really.
I don't mind going first on this one. Leander Cave, I think she's coming back to the podium. Marinda Carfrey second, Daniela Rife first.
It's Reef, by the way. Daniela Reef, just so
Reef.
we're clear.
Sorry about
Paul
that.
Case
Everybody-
said, tell all the announcers it's Daniela Reef. It's not Rife.
Reef.
It's not Riff, it's Reef.
See, a little prep today for tomorrow. That's good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Remember. I'm gonna go with Rinny for the win.
Yeah.
Rachel Joyce, and then Heather Wertel. She's
Heather's doing really well too.
I like you. You're like completely like, you get contradictory a little bit.
I mean, are you saying there's no way Heather Wertel is
No,
going to get on the
absolutely
podium?
not. Especially if it's a really ugly day and windy, which it sounds like it could be. She's
Yeah, I mean,
great in that.
She's won, I think, 6 Ironmans now. She's got a ton of experience here.
Yeah.
She got her speed. That she 117 at Oceanside.
Yeah.
Run split. Third place at World Champ 70.3. Third place at
Yeah.
St. George. And again, comparing to another athlete, very similar to Leanda Cave. Very similar strengths to Leanda.
Yeah.
I think if she has a race like Leanda did a couple years ago, she could easily win the race.
All right.
You're up.
That's okay. That's decent. No, it's good stuff, both of you guys. But here's how it's actually going to play out. The race is going to look like this. There's going to be a lot of tension in that front pack. A lot of heat brought. They're going to go hard.
So not just like catfighting, but tension, like race tension.
A little bit of all that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be.
Okay.
I think the girls they're like, they're angry. You saw these like Kessler, who's the nicest gal. I'm a caged cat chasing the angry bird. Like there's all this stuff.
She's a
right?
badger.
I saw that. So
Yeah.
she's not an angry person, but if she's bringing that quote out, Bob, here's the story. It's gonna go down to the run, and you've got all these really good people that are gonna be thinking, I can crush some people on the bike. And if you rely on your experience and you rely on obviously your fitness and just trust, you're gonna win the race. That person this year, Rachel Joyce, she's gonna win it.
Wrong, but
She's
good
gonna
guess.
win it.
Yeah.
Rennie is gonna come in here with a little deficit off the bike. She's gonna run her legs off. And I think she's going to try and go sub 250, and it's going to blow her up a little bit. She's her only true foe is herself. It's going to cost her. She's going to finish second. And then Daniela Reef is going to get third with an amazing show, but she'll probably do that after having a flat tire or something. You know, she'll be one of those.
Listen, he's
So
predicting
those
flats.
are the 3. Go.
He's predicting mechanical.
You know what I love? They're actually predicting stuff. It's
You know,
great.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
This is Ironman Live.
That's right. This is what it's supposed
chopped
to be
liver.
about.
This is a real deal.
This one is an easy one to predict. This is how it's going to start on the women's race. We've never seen the depth of swimmers in our women's
You already
race.
picked.
I'm just, no. All I'm saying is that Dr. Amanda Stevens
Yes.
and Jodie Swallow
Yep.
Those two girls are absolutely amazing in the water. Then they're going to be followed by Rachel Joyce, Leander Cave. There's a whole bunch. Meredith Kessler, Mary Beth Ellis, Liz Blatchford. All these girls. Have you ever seen?
Together,
Have you ever seen a bunch of swimmers that good in a race at Ironman?
Not
and
here,
then
no.
and Daniela Reeve, she's going to be in that group as well. And they can bike. That's the strength of the bike in this women's race as well. So I tell you, we're going to be in for an awesome race. And when it comes down to the end of it, it's just going to be nuts.
Do you think it'll be something along the lines of a ding-dong battle?
You need to, just get your Australian slang book out again. You've done your homework. You're so impressive. And you are a ding-dong. So,
I reckon. Well, the one person that no one's mentioned who is going to win tomorrow is Carolyn Steffen.
Oh.
So thanks for coming, but...
Oh, is that right? Is that what your pick is?
You didn't, but I just want to make sure you guys know who the boss is. So, yeah.
Caroline Steffen, is that who Paul is picking?
Yeah, can we let them in on what Macca told us yesterday?
Sure.
Because I think this is juicy stuff.
We love it. It helps us do our job. So
obviously,
help
Soto coached Carolyn Steffen for a while, and now she's under Macca.
Oh, I don't know if
and
you can mention
Macca,
that.
oh, can we? What?
Oh yeah, of course you can.
The thing he
Has
said
it been
to us.
spoken?
You don't think it's?
Oh, come on, team. That is ridiculous. You've got viewers at home.
Yeah, cut the commercial. And then we'll talk
Let
about
these
it. We'll
two
come back.
hash this out.
That was the biggest tease ever.
That was good.
It was good stuff. Okay,
I think
so
it was off camera, though.
yeah, that's true. We shouldn't
It
share. We'll
doesn't
share it
matter.
with you off
Did
camera.
he say
How about
off
that?
the record,
Let's
Bob?
talk about it.
Okay.
We'll share it with you. No, and then tomorrow, maybe on Ironman Live, these
they'll
guys will
share it.
reveal.
Here's what's going to happen. Here's what's
people
going to happen.
need to watch these guys tomorrow to break that news.
Maybe, Bob, you and I will talk about it too. We'll see who breaks it first.
Oh, but if we don't tell them, they
Oh,
can't.
no, you just broke
so
something
there's
just now,
two
didn't
things.
you?
There's two things that I heard. That was one of them, which you
We
don't know
can't tell
anything
you. It's
about. But
double
I'll tell
secret.
these guys afterwards. They're going to be so excited to hear this. But the other thing I heard that sounded a lot like Hellriegel the year he won. Remember, second twice, sitting on the wall over at Hula He's Palace, and we're sitting there. I was like, "So what's up this year?" He goes, "Yeah, I make speed." I'm like, "All right, well, you did that before. What's different?" "Yeah, I know nutrition now." He had eaten literally a banana and had Coke in the 2 years prior when he was second, and he had a nutrition plan. And I said, "He's going to win." What did he do? He won. Who said that in our interviews? Who has not had a nutrition
Mary Beth
plan?
Ellis.
Mary Beth Ellis
had no
has had
idea.
zero plan up to now. She just has no idea what she's doing nutritionally. Has a plan.
A little
Look
bit
at you.
true. A little bit true.
Yeah.
I know she had a little bit of a plan before. I think you know that's good. That's excellent. Those are the tidbits. Those are the things that bring you to the front.
But that's the
so
stuff that
juicy.
turns people around. I mean, that's the stuff that if she's won eight Ironman races with zero nutrition plan. Give me a break. Now she has a plan.
Somewhat true.
Somewhat. Okay. Reveal.
I'm not. I'll just reveal tomorrow when we're live. So here's the thing.
And
what do you think?
That
Is
starts
it-
at 6 a.m., right?
No.
6 a.m.
You guys go on at 6 a.m. We go on at 5:59.
5:59. So whoever's up online first. Hey, how about this? You
Impossible
guys have been
to
here
get
more
in.
than anyone. What's the weather gonna be like? I think it's gonna be hot and mild. I just don't think it's gonna be windy.
Let me.
You guys
here,
talk
I
to
know.
me.
Here, let me.
I haven't really seen
I'll take it
the
back.
white caps except for a couple
It's
days.
pretty easy. This is Hawaii. It's
It's-
going to be hot and windy. All right, back to you.
Now, how windy is it going to be, though? I mean, let's talk about
How windy do you think it's going to be?
well the change in course or
Yes.
the change in time.
Yes.
6:25
Out
versus
earlier.
7.
That makes a big
Have we
difference.
had a really big windy year since that change?
No, the
No.
windiest day we had obviously was yesterday.
Yeah.
And looking at Wind Guru and all
Huddle,
those things.
maybe use the microphone.
Yeah. Looking.
What kind of show are you guys running here?
Seriously.
Seriously.
Looking at the wind forecasting, yesterday had 17, 18. Today and tomorrow, it's more like back to the normal trades of 12 to 14 out at Hawaii, more like 9 to 11 back here. It's going to be a normal, hot, windy day. I mean, everyone's like, oh, the weather. The weather's the same every year. It will, after everyone finishes, it will be the hottest, windiest year ever.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I also think that, looking at the swell as well, there's a 20-foot swell on the north shore of Oahu right now. Most of the swell is going to miss the island, but what it's going to do is it's going to give a big
lot of
rise and a
rollers.
fall in the ocean here.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people get up to, Harvey and they start, throwing up and whatever and can't hold things down. It's generally because of, like, a little bit of seasickness. And
interesting.
everybody,
Taking it in.
everybody fails to realise that seasickness does come into play here. So if you are watching this and it gets posted today, maybe think about the seasickness patch if you do suffer from that, and it might help you out in the race. But this morning when we went out paddling with Paul and Rock, it wasn't too bad. It was a little bit choppy. Actually, it was a little bit worse than what it is right now. So it's not going to be too bad.
Yeah.
But the slacker swimmers, the slower swimmers, will suffer a little bit as opposed to the strong swimmers here if it is a big swell.
Does it change anything with Andy Potts being back? It's from a swim perspective. having him back because he didn't race last year?
I think that changes the dynamics of the men's race completely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you had a strong swim last year, but watching that start, we had Marco Albert, Clayton Fattel was in that swim, but they were all like looking at each other. Who's going to be the one?
Who's going to lead? Where's Andy?
Yeah, who's going to lead it, right?
What the
So
heck?
normally you've got him, and now you've got him with athletes. You know, you've got Fredino, you still have Marco Albert, you have
Matthews.
Matthews. You have Bevan Dockery. Pete Jacobs has been able to stay on his
Yeah.
feet before. So if they want to get a little group, if people want to go out front and do it on their own, they can. But even if they don't, it's going to be thinner group than last year. I don't think, and I'm rooting for them, but athletes like James Kunema and Tyler Butterfield, they were athletes that I know we were shocked when they came out with that group because it was
Exactly.
such a big group. If it spreads out a little bit this year,
They're off the
guys
back.
like that are going to be off the back. And the chase group with Sebastian, they didn't get dropped till the first turn. I mean, they were still in contact. So you had slower swimmers that were still able to hang with that big group. Because, you know, it's who can you hang with in front of you? And if I can hang with Tyler Butterfield and he can hang with Luke McKenzie and Luke McKenzie can hang with Jan Ferdino, it all sticks together. But if those break up, then you've got massive gaps, right?
Two guys we really haven't talked about from an American side, Timothy O'Donnell and Andy Potts. Can either of those guys potentially win here? And the fact that Timothy O'Donnell's working with Mark Allen, does that make a difference?
I think it's huge. I think that confidence that Mark Allen's going to instill in him is big. I think the change in program gives you, a nice lift. He was with Cliff for so long. It's like it's just fresh and it's new.
Right.
He's rested. I personally think that rested is going to hurt him because I think he needs more Ironman racing experience to harden himself up in that way you can't get unless you're on the race course. So if he had gone to Lanzarote and just got knocked around, I think it would have helped. But I do think he'll be up there. I don't think he's going to win it, but I do think he's going to be up there, maybe equaling fifth place on a more competitive year, or maybe up a notch. Potts, it's just tough to say. I'll leave that to we haven't seen him, and I think he needs to change his race day. He needs to get after it, maximize that swim, maximize that front.
Go for it on the bike.
Go for it and see what you can do. You can ride now.
Let's do it. Let's ask Andy. I mean, we all want to see it, right?
Andy, go off the front of the bike, baby.
Exactly. And he's
Do a Dave Scott.
You want another 8?
Andy, they're gonna catch you, mate. Starkey and Luke early on in the race, and Marino Van Hoornakker are gonna catch you. Go with them.
That's a good thing.
Exactly. Just go with them, mate.
This guy won the race.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, legal drafting. Just stay your 10 meters, and you're all good. But look, why go out and change your race tactic just because you think that they're all sitting back there drafting? They're not drafting.
How many people have defended lately? The last decade. How many? Put it out there.
Go ahead, Chrissy.
Crowy, Chrissy.
DeBoom?
2000.
Decade? Oh, yeah.
He's sleeping under a rock.
Yeah.
Come on, Huddle. Your
That's a
ear
while
wasn't
ago.
bleeding 13 years ago.
Look at that thing. It's gushing.
He just got off the plane from Barcelona. Cut him some slack.
Come on.
I just don't think you're giving Freddie any credit.
No, I think you're right.
I got Freddie in my top 3.
Yeah,
I got
Freddie's
Freddie in my top 3.
He was definitely in my top 5. He's an athlete that's going to be steady across the board, right? So,
Exactly.
but I think we're going to have shots being fired, and
Luke
the
Van
winner's
Leerd,
going to come out of
Freddie's coach, said his numbers
Are better across the
swim,
board.
bike, and run better. Talk about it.
that. Yeah, I mean, I imagine most people that came to this race this year are better than they were last year. So I don't know if that's saying a bunch, but
I don't think Crowy maybe is.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think so numbers, and that's the big thing. We focus too much on numbers. The one thing that comes on, and you could have perfect numbers. You come in here as defending champ. You decide to host your own private press conference.
Yes.
Smart.
You're
Smart move.
but it indicates too you're trying to manage. That means there's a whole lot of pressure. This is something that Welch understands. People that have won here understand. I don't understand this. I've defended little races here and there.
But that's what makes it so smart. He sees what happens when people try and defend
Yes.
and go to every obligation that everyone puts in front of him. He limits it to one.
He
gets to
controls
chill.
it.
He
Agreed.
controls
Agreed.
it.
But I
Controls
don't,
it.
I don't personally think that going those places is the big problem. I think it's the pressure that forces you to go those things. So that pressure's still there.
Yeah.
The pressure, they still want him there. He's
Right.
just not going. So what I'm saying is you come in here, it's just like all year long, it's on you. Look at Pete Jacobs last year. All year long, it's
remember-
on you. It's
yeah.
crushing you. And the few people, your wife, Paula, she comes in here and she's like, you know what? I can stand above that and not think of last year, not think of pressure, not think of I'll interview, I'll do everything. Rennie can do this.
His name is Paul Huddle. This is Breakfast from Kona. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, one of our favorite guys around, Mr. Dirk Bockel, 2014 Ironman Melbourne champion with a 2:48 marathon in 8:01. Huddle. We're talking 8:01. It's so cool that Dirk is racing here for the win, joining us on a Friday, the day before the race.
I don't
There's
think we've
no
ever
tapering.
had one of the top pros join
It's
us
the first
on a Friday.
time a top pro has come on going, the field isn't really that good, so I'm training through this, and I got plenty of time to come and talk to you guys.
Absolutely. I mean, Hawaii is one of those races that you just,
train
you just
through.
do it, and you're gonna win anyway. So I just want to spend some time with y'all and share some thoughts, and
The plan was, Ironman Florida is your A race.
Tell them the truth. Tell them the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. So
The
what's
truth is-
up? What is up?
You've got some injuries.
All right. I'm the first time ever. I'm on this beautiful island as a tourist, overweight, injured.
Yeah, you look awful.
You look incredibly fat.
Actually, that helps. Say that again, because I feel awful.
Wow.
Nobody thinks I gain weight.
No, I can't. Tougher than
I mean,
racing.
It's tougher than racing, so it's not made for me. But it's fun. It gives me a different perspective. I'm taking a lot of work for the team, so the athletes can relax. So I'm doing a lot what they could be doing. So it's actually good for them to focus on the race. And like I said, for me, it's usually you pop in somewhere, do your training, and go out. And now I can hang out and talk to people.
Yeah.
And I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Do you think
out
it'll
there.
help when you come back to not freak out? To go.
I hope so. I mean, that was one of the major consideration before I came here, just to see how I'm gonna react.
Right.
I mean, race day might be a little bit different because that might really hurt my heart. You know,
Right.
sitting there and I could be there and I should have been, and I beat this guy early in the year.
Yeah.
And, but it's all in close before lunchtime.
But
It passes.
That said, and I think this is something that you forget about when you've been in the height of fitness, like a lot of professionals maintain year round. Does it in some ways feel better? Do you feel healthier? Do you feel, you know what I mean?
Be more like a normal
people are
person.
on that razor's edge and they're getting sick all the time. And
But it's racing is a different. I mean,
Right.
the stupid sentence: if you look sick, then you're fit.
You're ready.
I mean,
Right.
that's a little bit borderline. And
Yeah.
for Ironman racing, you don't have to be super skinny.
Right.
You need to be a very strong, powerful person. I mean, especially with my kind of race strategy, off the gun, from the front.
Right.
You need a lot of stamina to hold it up. But in normal life, my mom is very happy when I gain a little bit of weight. She's like, "Oh, you look so healthy.
Yes.
I get a little round
color.
face and I look good."
And doesn't
I'm
that freak you out when
smiling
your
and-
mom's telling you you're healthy? You're like, oh boy.
Yeah, thanks, Mom. I know. I'll start training tomorrow. But that was actually the reason why I did a juice cleanse. I did this 10-day cleansing, detox, and all kind of stuff. Not because I was big, but just doing something different, and it helped me to get down with the weight. I was like 2 weeks ago, I think it was only 4 pounds over race weight, and I thought, man, it's great going into Kona like this. And so, you see all those fit people, and then you see Chubby Dirk hanging out as well. So
Chubby
I was
Dirk.
like, okay, now it's okay, but it's coming back. So gotta do it again, I guess.
Remember when we saw Chubby Dirk back in 2014?
Yeah, Chubby Dirk.
The big
Yes, wait. You know what we have tonight? We've got chicken wings and barbecue ribs for the party tonight. So
And I even gave up gluten-free for my off season now, just to do what I want to do. I eat what I want to do. I mean, it doesn't feel too healthy sometimes, what I'm eating, but in general, you have to be very strict. Your diet, everything when you're training, when you're full on, And so it's good for a change, and then it makes me realize maybe those kind of foods I don't really want it anyway. So I'll do it's a funny approach, but it works for me somehow.
Since you are now on our side of the microphone,
Yes.
Who are some of your picks from? You're obviously very
that's
with the
another
U Place
question,
team,
yeah.
and who do you like? Who looks good to you?
Oh, who I like and who I'm gonna pick, that's a difference.
Well, you like them all. They're all buddies.
They're all
but
close
all your friends.
but I
They're
could
all
beat
your-
them all. No.
the people who would be finishing second, third, fourth, and fifth if you were racing.
Come on, just give us first through fifth, men and women.
Yeah, that's all.
No
That's
one's
all I want.
listening.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're
no
fine.
one is listening.
Yeah.
No, it's hard to say. I think this year it's actually pretty wide open, so it's hard to say top three. I mean, Frodeno could be a super factor coming in Hawaii, but he was cramping in Frankfurt and Hawaii to have the highest placing of the team.
Yeah.
But there's so many guys out there. I mean, we can talk about 15 names, and everybody has a legit chance to be in the top 3. Winning is a little bit different than top 3.
Yes.
But it really depends how many races did you do. Like Ineko, he was undercover for a long time now.
Yes.
And so, I mean,
Nico's had a Dave Scott type of
yeah.
year where he really hasn't done that much.
And he knows his crap, you know?
Yes, he does, right?
So Ivan Rania?
Oh, God, his timing.
Freddie Van Lierde?
I mean, where do we start? Where do you
Jacobs,
stop? You know,
Craig Alexander.
If I think about it like this, it's like, how am I going to beat all those guys? You know,
Yeah.
but well,
you do.
You can.
Yeah.
And Stefan, she looks extremely fit.
Yes.
And having Mac helping her is...
Yeah, she's experienced, like, absolutely. So I think she would be the girl to watch out there. I mean, you can never underestimate Rini. You can never underestimate Rachel Choice. I mean, there's Landa Cave. I mean, there's...
Everybody.
I wish Camilla Patterson would be racing because,
Yes.
you know, what she performs after her stuff. You know, I'm still a bunch of years younger than he is, and I still have the passion. I'm hungry, and I'm missing that big result here in Hawaii. So that's the objective for the next couple of years.
In Hawaii, is it 3 top 10s?
Oh, 4 or 5. Actually, 5 top 10s.
Woo!
Yeah.
With the best being
Is it 4?
4th?
4th, 7th,
Seventh.
8th, 10th. Oh, we had a DNF last year.
Yeah,
we
wow.
had my first ever DNF, really.
What
Stomach
happened?
issues.
Stomach, yeah.
A bunch of pros were complaining about some drinks. We don't know what it was.
Right.
Maybe it was a bad batch. I don't know.
knows?
Maybe the sun. I mean, 25 people suddenly.
Bevan
having
had a problem too. Yeah.
I met him in the ambulance, like riding home. Like,
I
like
get the right
crying,
ambulance
like, you know.
together. Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, it was hard, but that's a sport. I came back in Melbourne, and you know, next year I have to figure out a new strategy. Maybe I do the same thing, and then I'm safe to
win Melbourne and come back here and win. That'd be a good season.
Australia is a hard country to pick to make top results. You know, I mean, those guys. I mean, that's what soccer is in Europe. That's
Yes.
what triathlon is over there.
Yes.
I mean, it's incredible.
I think they would say the same thing about a race like Frankfurt. It's a really difficult race
True
to
as
come
well.
over and
True
try
as
and
well.
compete.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, my goal was just racing the top 3 races, or let's say the 3 biggest races. Melbourne and Frankfurt is kind of like the same level.
Yeah.
Then we have Roth in Germany. Then we have Hawaii. So I picked top 3 races, and
Yes.
that's what I wanted to do. And I got injured after the first, so I paid the price for that win. And in Roth, it wasn't that good anymore. The performance was going down a little bit because of the issue. I couldn't run, and then afterwards the recovery didn't kick in, and the issue was still there, and so we had to pull the plug. And health over passion.
and I'm heading up Malka. She's heading my car, and I'm heading up Malka. She's heading my car. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. Breakfast with Bob
and Paul.
And what about Paul?
Welcome again to Breakfast with Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We're presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race. Our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Racing, and that was our the amazing Poncho Man, our next guest, who is a 3-time Xterra World Champion and 70.3 World Champion, and is finding out that they do have day of race registration tomorrow for the Ironman World Championship, and Julie Dibens will be racing, which I'm so excited about.
It's going to be really fun to watch you racing tomorrow.
It's so cool that you're going to be going.
It's amazing that you're here the day before.
Yes, because very few of the people who can win the race come here the day before.
I know, like they got it all wrong. You got to be way more relaxed and just come hang out with you guys.
We're going to, can we get another Mai Tai over here? Julie would like another Mai Tai. That'd be good.
Breakfast? No big deal.
Breakfast, Bloody Mary. So this is the second time you've been over here watching this and not racing.
Third time.
Third time?
Third time.
But who's counting?
Who's counting? Not a lot of fun.
No, I still don't really enjoy it. But, yeah, I'm here. Last year I said I'd never come back and watch.
But you're here.
But I'm back here again.
So talk a little bit about your latest injury. You hurt your knee in a race?
Yeah, so I came back this year, did a couple of races earlier in the season.
Yeah, I did well in Oceanside.
Yeah, I did Oceanside, St. George.
Yep.
And then the 70.3 in Mont Tremblant.
And second there at Mont Tremblant, yeah.
And about 5K from the finish, just landed slightly funny and felt something go in my knee.
The good knee.
The good knee.
Ugh.
But it wasn't like that bad, but I could just feel something wasn't quite right, and then got home and the knee was pretty angry. Tried to let it calm down. Got all the scans and x-rays, and they went in just for like a minor surgery and cleaned it out. There was some loose pieces of cartilage floating around. So I had that done about 6 weeks ago. So.
And how's it doing now? How's the progress?
Yeah, like it's definitely improving, and it felt way better after having that done. Like there's some other damage that they saw in there, so I knew it was going to take a little bit longer than the 6 weeks. But just the day before we flew out here, I came off my mountain bike, broke my finger, and actually landed on both my kneecaps pretty badly, which I had to sit down for a good 10 minutes and gather my thoughts because it hurt pretty bad. So that knee is pretty bruised right now. I think I probably bruised the bone just from landing straight on a rock on my kneecap. So I won't be racing Xterra, which was the plan.
Is what the plan was.
Yep.
And then you got a little shiner?
Yeah, I was just playing around in the surf a couple of days ago and got
out
dumped
surfing?
by a wave. Yeah,
Nice.
I was out surfing.
Yeah, out surfing. You were at Makaha, and you
Yeah.
were like 20 footers.
Yeah,
and
like it was
Yeah.
incredible. People were
Gnarly.
like,
Overhead.
holy moly, that's Julie Dibens surfing.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were like hanging, standing at a nose ride and the whole
Yeah.
bit.
So the bad thing is you're injured, and no one likes to do that. The good thing is you've been injured a couple of times. And honestly, that's probably one
Good
of
for
the
the
most
other girls.
difficult, one of the
Yeah.
most difficult things an athlete has to deal with, especially at the height of your career. When you could be out there kicking everyone's butt, is the emotional and psychological difficulties in dealing with that. Just looking at you when we walked up there and said hi, I'm like, wow. She actually looks, okay. I mean, the last time I saw you, you were not happy, and it was clear that you were not happy.
Where did you see me?
This was a couple of years ago when we
Yeah.
interviewed you here on the show.
Yeah.
And it's understandable, but it looks like to me you're like, okay, I'm injured. This is what I've got to deal with. I'm going to get through it, and you know what? Life's not over, and I'm going to move on.
Well, yeah, like it's definitely.
Is it different this time? I mean, is it a little? I mean, it's never easy to deal with, but is it easier to deal with maybe?
I think I just this last time, if anything, I kind of decided like there's definitely been some really dark times.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, everybody that's injured, I'm sure Dirk touched on that
Yeah.
just now. But I think after this, it's even like this last crash I had on Friday, like I think I've decided I need to step back a little bit. Like, yes, I would love to come back here still and race. I'm not going to say it's never going to happen, but I'm going to take a slightly different direction for the next 6 months at least and do like Leadville and some mountain bike races and just do some other stuff because I'm tired of fighting it.
Yeah.
It's been hard, and it's starting to affect other things in my life, so I
Sure.
need to step back a little bit. But I'm not going to say that I'm done for sure, because I still have that passion, but
Sure.
I need to step back a little bit for.
Yeah.
So, when you besides the fall off your mountain bike recently,
Yep.
you really don't have problems riding a bike or swimming. It's just the run.
Yeah. Just the pounding. Like, my knees are just not made for running.
Right.
And they've taken the wear and tear on the running that I have done. But yeah, like I want to get back to running at some point, whether I race triathlon again or not.
Or just as a workout.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't really change anything. I'm going to do all the rehab, and I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing. Like, I just need to step back a little bit
Right.
from wanting to be out here as much as I have done the last
What is
3
the
years.
current prognosis? And I know every athlete loves to push the envelope and think that they're special and that they're going to come back more quickly than the doctors tell them. But I'm guessing now you're probably like, you know what? I'm going to do what it takes. From what I'm just hearing right now, you're like, I'm going to make sure I'm right before I do come back.
Yeah, like absolutely. Like I'm not going to force things, and nobody really knows how long it's going to take. But as I've learned each time I get injured, like I like to be out there doing fun stuff as well as doing the training and the racing, and I'm miserable when I can't ride my bike and swim and just be healthy and active. And I have to look at 5, 10 years, 20 years down the road, and I'll be miserable if I can't go skiing or do whatever. So I have to kind of keep that in the back of my mind and not get too hungry or greedy right now, and just keep it all in perspective.
Nothing wrong with going and winning Leadville 100. That's pretty cool stuff. Or Huddle's race.
Yeah.
Come
Fire
on.
Road,
That'll
all of
change
them.
your
There's a
life.
lot- yeah,
And that's what I've heard.
absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
what I've
Fire
heard.
Road. It's like $500,000 prize
Easily.
purse.
Really?
Easily. Oh,
Yes, it's
Plus
gigantic.
a cowboy hat.
Yeah, you get a cowboy hat and no buckle.
You get a buckle,
You get a buckle,
which is
and
a bottle
ads.
opener.
There you go.
Yeah, and a bagel and a T-shirt. You get all
love
that.
bagels.
You like bagels? I like that. So
I'm
if
there.
you had a chance to, during all your rehab stuff, to ride with Rinny or how do you think she's looking?
Rennie's looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Her
like-
cycling's good.
Yeah, she's always, or I think the last couple of years at least, like she really just focuses on where she's at. She doesn't worry about the other girls. She knows that she can't control that. And like, I think I asked her the other day, like, how she's going, and she's like, I'm good. Like, I'm as good as I was last year
Yeah.
in training. That's all I can worry about. So I would be amazed if she's not right up there. I'm not going to say she's going to win, but
Right.
she'll be.
She'll be.
She's
in a-
always.
Yeah.
Should be in the hunt.
Yeah.
I mean,
Always.
she's never been worse than
No,
third.
like,
So
yeah.
you know.
She had a bad day and came third.
Yeah.
Who does that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The worst day she's ever had here was third.
Yeah.
So when you look at the women's field, and you've raced here so many different times, is this about as deep of a women's field as you've seen?
Yeah, like it's super exciting. Like there's many girls that can win, that can come top 10. So they're, you're gonna have to race phenomenally to come top 5 here.
So who are those?
My top 3,
Oh, this is good. I love
I
it.
like
Yeah.
this.
my top 3, not in no particular order,
Right.
are Rinny,
Yep.
Rachel,
Uh-huh.
and Jody Swallow.
Jody.
Yeah. Like I've known Jody for a long time. We started doing ITU. Well, I started racing professionally in '99, and she was a junior in 2000, and she came on the scene, and we were all like, "Oh shit, we're in trouble."
Yes. Yeah.
Like this girl
she's a
has
talent.
got talent. Like she is so talented, because she swam and she ran like growing up, and like I don't know, she was like the British, whatever. She
Junior
was-
champion. Yeah, I think she's junior world champion or something.
yeah. And I remember her, I think it was her second pro race. She raced at the European Champs as a junior, and she would have come second or third as a senior, and she won by like 10 minutes, and she didn't know what she was doing.
Yeah.
And then she's just had so many, kind of like I have, like so many injuries along the way. And it's only been the last couple of years when she's been working with Siri. Like Siri's done great stuff with her just to get her confidence back. Jody will either win it. I hope she doesn't listen to this before the race. She'll either win it or she won't finish.
She'll blow up.
Yeah.
She'll go
Because
for it. She's going to go for it. She's got
She's going to go for it, yeah.
Yeah.
And she's going to leave it all out there, and I'm super excited to see what she can do.
sort of the Julie Dibens style.
Little
You just
bit,
go
maybe.
for
Go
it.
till you
Yeah.
blow.
Go
So
till you
what's
blow.
your take on some of the other women? One of the names we've been hearing a lot is Daniela Reef, Carolyn Steffen, obviously. Mary Beth Ellis. I mean, there's a lot of other women who seem to get mentioned, depending on who you talk to, into that top 3. Do you have any opinions on any of the rest of them?
Yeah, like I think Daniela will definitely be a factor. Like, she seems like she's stronger than the other girls on the bike. So I'd be surprised if she doesn't try and, I guess, take control of the race. Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see how the other girls react to that, and whether they end up breaking their race by trying to stay with her. Who's your other one?
I didn't mention her, but Leanda, Mary Beth Ellis.
Yeah. Like, there's Leanda's in great shape.
Who's been second a couple times.
Yeah. And you've won this once before. Like, you've got to be a contender. I think Meredith.
Yes, Meredith is looking as lean as I've ever seen her. What's interesting is we forget, year before last, Pete Jacobs and Leanda Cave won this race.
Right.
It's not like it was 10 years ago.
Right.
And people
are not
like,
mentioning either one of them.
It's like they don't exist.
What's she trying to say?
Wendy Ingram's
back there, like, giving us hand signs. Like,
I don't know. Yeah.
Write it down. Oh.
What?
Caitlin Snow? Is that what you said?
Oh, Caitlin Snow. There we go.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Yes.
She can run.
Yeah, Caitlin's going to come from behind.
And run her way up.
Yeah.
Like she does every year, top 10.
Like, nobody runs, the only person that runs faster is Rinny. So.
Yes.
And Kate looks super fit this year.
The big question, obviously, is her cycling. Is she going to be close enough?
Can she get close enough to,
because it seems like the great thing with Mirinda is before people looked at her cycling as a weakness, and she's made it into a strength. You know, when she comes off 6-7 minutes back, it's over.
I think the make or break for Caitlin is the swim. Like, she needs to, like, a couple of years ago, she had a great swim, and I think came out with the front pack, whereas last year she was a little bit off on the swim. But if she can come out with that front group, then she's got people to ride with, and
makes a huge difference.
She's definitely a dark horse.
So I have a question for you. Does the men's race matter?
Not really.
No.
Let's be honest.
I think so. Yeah.
Just curious.
That's the word on the street.
So as someone who's led this race a number of times, when you're out there at the front and you're coming back from Hafi and you see the other guys going the other way, are they all drafting? Does it look like they're all drafting?
Absolutely they are. They're all cheaters.
They're all cheating, right?
I was just out there by myself. They're all just like, okay, I'll go in the front now.
Let's take turns. Oh, is it okay? I'll take a turn. I'll take a turn. Thank you very much. You always wonder about that. As a leader, as you're coming the other way, they got to be thinking, God, they all look like they're really close together.
Yeah.
They're sharing water bottles. They're sharing sandwiches.
To be fair, the 2 years I raced here, it was all pretty spread out. I think it was only really been the last year that front group got pretty big.
Yes. Well, the women's group will be bigger than ever. The women's group used to always be splintered.
You say that, but it's never how you expect it to be.
Right.
Never is.
Right.
Never is.
Never.
No.
Like, I thought last year there'd be a couple of girls that would swim by themselves, and they all came out, like 8 or 10 of them.
Well, we just talked to Welch and Lovato and Matt Lieto. And
they don't know anything.
They know
well,
nothing.
trust me.
They're boys.
As Geff said, he goes, "Wow, what a bunch of know-it-alls," meaning all of us. But they were talking about just telling us how the race was going to go on the women's side. They're like, there will be like 6 swimmers up there, including this, and this, and that's going to be the problem because they can all ride the bike, and it's going to really be a problem for Rinny. And they're giving us the whole diatribe. Do you see any of that? Do you see this big group of Uber swimmers who are going to be able to feed off each other, both in the swim and then on the bike?
Jody Swallow.
You know?
No, there'll definitely be a group. I think, I don't know how big it'll be, but I actually think that could play into Rinny's hands because they're all going to get each other. Like, they think, I'm stronger than you, I should be able to drop you, I need to drop you, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think if Rinny is by herself, like, sometimes it's easier, and I always found it easier just to ride my own pace.
Is there any collusion among the athletes? I mean, when you look at if I'm one of those women and I know Rinny's running 250,
you'd be a good-looking woman, by the way.
Thank you, Bob. I'm not going to date you though. I would think that they would be like, you know what, we need as much time as we can get, so it makes sense. And there's no drafting, it's 12 meters, blah blah blah. But it makes sense to work together and really try and force the issue to make sure that we can take her running legs out of her, blah blah blah.
Similar to what Macca did in 2010.
Right.
When
Has there ever been any of that? Together. Do you guys talk about that prior to the race? Is anyone do you hear any of that? Or teaming up or?
There might be a little bit of that subconsciously. I don't think
it's not. People talk about that.
No, and I think for the most part, people are just focusing on, they know that Rinny's going to run fast, but ultimately you've just got to focus on, what's going to get you from A to B as quickly as you can. And in many ways, it's only really a race for that last 10K. If you're all together, then that's when the race starts.
One of the things that's surprising to me, and I guess it shouldn't be surprising, but is that when Chrissy was winning here, nobody thought anybody would ever be able to do the things that she was doing. And then in a relatively short span of time, they're doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it just seems like they continue to push forward and faster, and everyone keeps resetting the bar. Which of these women who we haven't seen so far, everyone, again, is talking about Daniela Reef, is resetting the bar?
I think Jody Swallow is going to reset the bar this weekend.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Like that.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So, in your career, from 70.3 Worlds to 3X Terra Championships, when you look back, is there one race that you look at as your best? I felt amazing that day. It felt like time. There was no effort. It just felt easy.
Like in many ways, I didn't finish it, but the last time I raced here,
11.
in 2011, when I pulled
When you had
out,
20-minute lead over Chrissy.
Yeah, like that day on the swim and on the bike, I just felt awesome.
Yeah.
And even on the run for the first part until my foot started hurting a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Like breaking, bones sticking out?
Yeah.
Like that stands, like that's definitely like in many ways one of my fondest memories.
Yeah.
Because I kind of left there,
yeah,
like good and bad, and then winning the X-Terror the first time, like that was unexpected, and I think that kind of gave me the confidence that I could then go on and do other things. And winning Clearwater, because I tried a couple of times to do that and failed, so to finally get back and do it was good.
That's pretty cool. So mountain biking's a good option.
Yeah.
There's
Have a little bit of fun.
Exactly, a little bit of fun. That Leadville race gets more and more pub every year, more and more dollars in there.
Yeah,
Nothing
like
wrong with that. That way you don't have to think about if your foot, when your knee and your foot and finger and face and all this stuff heals
Wait,
up.
what's wrong with my face?
Your black eye.
Nice.
God. She's got a black eye, broken finger, bad knee.
Yeah.
Wow. That is
It's all
funny.
good.
Julie, thank you so much for joining us. Now, tomorrow, we're doing live radio on the stage at the expo. So if you have some time, come by, maybe during a bike ride, so you can analyze what we're looking at.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'd be happy to.
Awesome. So
Thanks,
Julie Dibens will be joining us with us on Ironman.com for live radio tomorrow. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. His name is Paul Huddle. My name is Bob Babbitt. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race, and brought to you by Timex. Every one of our guests gets a cool Timex watch. Wow.
Very cool.
Rudy Project GoPro. We've got our second camera in here, GoPro 4. MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, and of course, our main man, Poncho Man.
She's heading up Mocha, I'm heading my car. She's heading up Mocha, and I'm heading my car. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Poncho Man.
Awesome.
Is that my cue? No.
What was that?
Okay.
Yeah,
See, Rob.
That was a total baseball. That was a baseball thing.
Yeah. We throw our nets into the sea, and all the ama come swim into me, 'cause we're going to breakfast with Bob. We're going to breakfast, we're going to breakfast, we're going to breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Pacho Man, bringing it on. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. Sponsors include Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, one of the premier coaches in the sport,
Absolutely.
Mr. Cliff English. Cliff, how the heck you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Well, so go through your you've got 5 athletes here, which is, I'm assuming, is like herding cats when you come to this week, which is a little crazy, the emotions and everything else. Who are your athletes you're working with?
My 5 professional athletes I have here are Leanda Cave,
Yep.
TJ Cholixon, Justin Dare, Liz Lyles, and Jackie Arndt.
So what's interesting to me is Leanda is someone who's usually pretty understated, and just the last couple of days,
Yeah.
retweeting some things, and hey, Rinny, this is number 111 that you wore when you won, and guess who has it this year? Things like that.
Exactly.
Does that surprise you?
Hey, it was fun to see. She's feeling great, and I think definitely it's interesting. I mean, someone who's former champion to be kind of under the radar, but I think she still is kind of considered to be under the radar. But she's healthy, she's having fun, and it's just feeling a little feisty, I think, which is good.
I think Huddle and I, when we talked with her last year, then she's talking about getting a cortisone shot.
Yeah.
You're
Yes, on
going,
the hamstring.
yeah,
Yeah,
you,
we're like,
you don't come
done.
in done. Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
come into this race. But what's interesting is she won in 2012.
Yeah.
Right? We're talking, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And people act like she's not
She's
going to be a
done.
factor. She's done.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting. I don't know. Our sport's like that a lot, though.
It really
seems,
is. It's sort of
it's just
flavor
like
of
what
the
you do. Yeah, exactly. But everyone knows. I mean, she's a proven champion. I mean, she's won 4 different world titles. ITU short course in 2002. I mean, she's won, obviously Kona. She won ITU long course. I mean, the woman knows how to win. I mean, she's as cool as they come, and she's a pleasure to work with, and an old-time friend. So it was fun to be reunited with her this year, and and just see, the thing, what's amazing is, for me as a coach, you want to just get your athletes here healthy. All my athletes are healthy. And when, as simple as it sounds, it just puts you in a good mental state. You're healthy, you're having fun. I was out the other day with Leanda, and she was running, and we're just chatting. It's just like another day in Boulder or something, and that's where you want to be. She's just really enjoying herself. I know her boyfriend Dia is a huge supporter for her, and she's just really calm. She looks great, and like I said, more importantly, is in that like right frame of mind. I think she's really enjoying it, and that's all you want to see too. Is that we know she's got the fitness, and it's all in their hands tomorrow.
After she won in 2012, I think a lot of us felt last year that, she was injured, but it felt like she was sort of, to me, that she was on a sort of a vacation year. She was like, okay, I'm the Kona champion. That was really, really difficult to get to that point and to win that race. I'm going to take a breather here. She's having fun. She's going around the world. This year feels very different to that. And a lot of people are talking about that. Leanda's back, and she's focused, and she's ready to go.
No, absolutely. I mean, I know one thing she also did, too. I mean, she only got here on Monday, I mean, which I think is, when you look at every top-level athlete, or pretty much every athlete, when you go into a major race, how they deal with the pressure. And, she was looking at it this year like, I'm just treating it like any other race. I'm getting here when I would normally get here. I'm not getting here 3 weeks out, But, as an athlete, you also have to know yourself and know what works for you. It's the same thing. I've had athletes, and in the last 3 Olympic Games, and some the athletes that are able to just keep it very relaxed and, just treat it like any other day are the ones that really perform. The other ones that really are like, oh my God,
I'm at the Olympics.
Exactly, and then you can just see, especially when we saw our first Olympic Games, that was how it was. Who was the athlete that rose? It was the one that no one expected, Simon Whitfield. He had no pressure on his back, and if you can remember that part of your career when you weren't, carrying that on your shoulders as an athlete. Sometimes that's a really good place to get into. And I see that with Leanda, now, and just very relaxed, enjoying it, and appreciating what, being, like we said, earlier before this show started, look where we're sitting, we're having fun. We're really lucky to be doing what we're doing.
Exactly.
And she's in a great spot, and that's all you want. But like you said, I think it's also hard to back up as a champion. You come in, sometimes you try to look for that extra percent to come up a level, and then sometimes that's not what you needed. You needed to come in more relaxed. Everyone's different, and I can only imagine what the pressure is like for an athlete to come in being defending champion. It's not an easy place to be.
Not an easy place at all.
Sometimes you got to learn a lot too, and as an athlete, and I think Leanda learned a lot, and it's just. Like I said, she's really enjoying it. I mean, that's the big thing all year. She's been saying, she's like, I'm really loving the training now. Like, I'm really, enjoying. I mean, I think she just went through a lot of misery. I mean, every athlete's been there. And, when you're injured and you're just not 100%. And
I saw her at Kalmar, and she was both on fire, and she looked like she really had a great time. A lot of athletes you see at these races perform well, but they look a little miserable. They look a little bit like just tired and or just beaten down, and she looked the opposite of that.
Absolutely.
Well, to be able to perform here, there's a dark side during that day.
Oh yeah.
And you've got to be ready to embrace it.
Absolutely.
And we've seen a number of athletes over time who you can tell they know what it's going to be like, and they don't want any part of it. Right. They're going to stay. They're going to stay in the comfort side, and they're going to get there. And top 10 is fine, but they know what it takes to win here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Leanda knows what it takes, and it seems like she's back in that mental state of, I'm going to embrace the hurt.
Absolutely. Yep. No, I agree. I mean, obviously experience is a lot with this race, and I mean, I think there's a lot to be said perhaps for, blissful ignorance when people come and do it for the first time. That's also nice too. It's a good position, when you look at the history of people that come and done it the first time, from, Crowe to Rinny to, you and Mac's wife Sam, all had amazing, great first races. But I think when you've gone through it and you know what it takes, you can prepare yourself mentally and be like, okay, you know what? I know there are going to be some dark places. Right. I'm going to be there, but you also know how to work through it, and you don't linger there as long when you've had the experience. You're like, okay, what do I need to do mentally, to take myself out of that spot? Do I focus on my pedal stroke? Do I think of this, and just get more into that, the process of it, and then, all of a sudden you're having fun again. Well, that's very simple.
So I want to get to your other athletes, but on the women's side, we want to get your opinion as well, because there's so many great women. Everybody's talking about the deepest field, and it seems like it's the same discussion every year, but it does feel like that. I mean, it does feel like it's dramatically different with Daniela Reef, with there's a whole list of them. What is your take on the women's race this year in terms of the other athletes? Aside from Leanda winning.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a given.
Yes.
I mean, once again, I mean, every year, I mean, increasingly so. I mean, what's fantastic and as a whole in our sport is just seeing this growth, from ITU and the talent that we're, getting, from the sport growing. It's like every year we're seeing more people come up to 70.3 and then eventually coming up to Ironman.
Yes.
One day we're probably going to see a Gwen Jorgensen coming up. I mean, it's just scary when you think of the talent that's coming and seeing, in the sport in general on the women's side getting deeper and deeper like it has been in the men, and so. Yeah, I mean, Daniela, obviously top 10 in Olympic Games in Beijing. I mean, just, an amazing athlete. And obviously this year it's just been on a tear, and it's just great for our sport. I think you're always chasing a moving target. That's the one thing as a coach and doing this for a long time. You're always looking down the ranks like, oh, wow, someone's coming up. They're running 33.0 off the bike now. And, it's just one of those things. You kind of know where the sport's going, and you have to keep that in mind when you're developing athletes over time. But, I mean, when this field is great, you got, a lot of the, the veterans, and you got a lot of the new ones. And you're right. I mean, it's going to be interesting out there. I think Daniela's probably going to go for it, and it'll be interesting to see how the other girls respond. And I think, like with every year, some people are going to get a little burnt trying to go out a little too hard. And I think the veterans, like the experience, like we said, Rinny's going to keep her cool, and she's going to be, in my mind, she's still probably the one to beat. Rinny is
two-time champion.
Yeah, but I mean, not even, that aside, it's just she's she's
never been
amazing
off
in the
podium.
heat. Exactly. She's amazing in this. It looks like it's going to be a hot day. She's just so cool and calm and collected. She just knows how her body. She knows how to push herself. So I mean, that's very dangerous, you know. And the other girls, it's still, once again, it's up to them to put her on the ropes, you know, and go out there and use their strengths. You know, same thing with Carolyn. It's going to be interesting to see what she does. I mean, she looks great. You know, Kessler looks great, you know, and there's definitely a bunch of other women that can really do extremely well on the swim bike. And I think, you know, once again, it's going to come, you know, it's always down to the run. I mean, it's triathlon, you know, as they always say, swim for show, run for dough.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think once again, though, you know, it's going to be a balance of executing some tactics and making sure you got a little fuel in the tank for the later stages of the run.
Who are your, I know you, TJ Tollickson.
Yes.
Right? And talk a little bit about Liz Lyles.
Yeah.
She's very intriguing to me. Mother of two.
Mother of two.
And
Young
she's a
family.
pro.
She's a pro.
Okay.
Yeah. So she, as an amateur, I'm probably going to get my years wrong, but she raced here in Kona in either 2002 or 2003. Both her and her husband are alumni of U of A in Arizona.
Yes. Wildcats,
I think
who
we
are,
have
by
a
the
new-
way,
a new
AP top
favorite
10
for the
ranking.
Ironman
Yes.
champion.
Liz Lyle will be winning.
Yes.
Go Arizona, bear down.
Exactly. Yeah, no, and she's wonderful to work with. It's been
Second in
about
Frankfurt.
2.5 years that we've been working
Yeah.
together. You know, she's has to balance. You know, raising two children. It's funny. You know, it's like I'll put down putting in a massage in the schedule, and you know, it's just one of those things that, you know, every time of her day is accounted for. You know, it's one of, which is great. I mean, I love as a coach. From that perspective, I love the challenge of really, you know, coming up with a streamlined program, knowing that you only have so much time,
Right.
and knowing that sometimes, you know, I'd be like, hey, Liz, I'd rather you have a nap than be out there for an extra hour or two. But she's, you know, about 36 years old, and she knows she's, you know, probably only going to be in a sport a couple more years, and she's just really just gets at it. I mean, her attitude's awesome. She's, you know, no fuss, just, you know, what do I need to do? How do I get quicker? And just goes out and executes. And like every race she does, it's the same thing. You know, she doesn't have time to be, it wasn't my day. She just goes out and makes, you know, lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah.
You know, not to be so cliched, but she's been an absolute,
And
joy.
when you mentioned her name, Bob and I both said who. And
Yeah.
you said, you know, the winner of Western Australia, second at Frankfurt with the 2:59 marathon. And we're sitting here going,
8:56.
how do we not know that?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Because the
That's
field's
once
so
again the
deep.
depth of field.
Exactly. But no, she's a little warrior, and yeah, I know she's really excited. You know, I think she was here last year. We had done Ironman Tahoe last year. It was because that's pretty much her hometown.
Right.
And then, you know, unfortunately she had gotten sick, so last year was her debut as a pro, and she had a, you know, good race, finished 16th. But we definitely, you know, have some good expectations, some realistic.
Like she could potentially be top 10 this year.
She definitely can.
So, talk a little bit about one of our favorite guys, TJ Tollickson.
Yes.
Always up there. I saw him yesterday, and he showed me the new, on the aero bars, little cups for the elbows.
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah.
why did anybody else ever think about that? They got little backs on them. They look really comfortable.
They do, yeah.
He's a brilliant guy.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, and he always races well.
Yeah. Oh, you know, same thing. You know, he's I'm just a great guy. You know, I've been working with him for about 5 years now, and you know, he's just very steady. He's got a lot going on. I mean, this year, you know, he needed Tremblant. I mean, that win was incredible. I mean, I think probably the greatest, you know, win of his career.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best races. I mean, it came together. He's possibly not as consistent as some athletes, but, you know, it's one of those things. I've always believed in him, and he's just one of those guys that, you know, I've always said to him, like, on your day, you're with the best. You know, he's just, you know, one of those guys. He can swim with anyone.
Right.
He can lay down the bike. But I mean, you look at Tremblant, that course is not an easy run course. And, you know, with 5 miles to go, he shut down the run. He still ran at 2:54. You know, and he's a very good runner. He's another one of those under radar guys, and,
Yes.
and definitely a good, you know, bet for the top 10 in my opinion. And just, you know, a very loyal guy and one of the, you know, hardest working people I know. Great family guy, and yeah, you know, and once again, just an innovator. You know, he's just one of those. You know, my relationship with him is fun because we do throw a lot of ideas back and forth, and you know, he's always willing to try something, but at the same time, we also know what works. You know, but he's just always trying to put it out there and push himself with that, which is good. Yeah.
And then a guy that won in Boulder this year.
Yeah.
Justin Dare is what I said. You said Dar, and then I asked Cliff.
He's Canadian,
I said, how does he pronounce it?
Sorry,
and Cliff, of course, said, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's Dar. I'm like, no, it's Dare.
Usually, if I think if it's Dar, it should be Dare.
Okay.
Whatever I say first, it's probably the opposite. That's what I'm starting to realize now.
But he's got to get a lot of confidence from that win.
Absolutely. I mean, he's once again, I've been working with him for a bunch of years, and another just a great kid, hard worker, pretty much a Ironman specialist. He's someone that's came into sport and just started doing Ironman. The win in Boulder was his 30th Ironman as a pro, which is incredible.
Really?
Wow.
Once again, people are like, what? We don't even know, right? Yeah.
That's
30
amazing.
Ironmans.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's the thing that I even said to him before the race. We knew Richie was there, and I was like, look, it's probably going to be a two-man race. But I was like, no one in this field has your experience. He's run multiple 248s in marathons in Ironman. I'm like,
wow.
No
That's
one
impressive.
has your run speed. No one, how to push your body. You know what's going on. It's like, just wait for Richie to come undone. Just be patient.
Yes.
You know how to race your race. And I was, I was just so happy for him to do it. And he's been living in Boulder for almost 8 years. So, once again, probably one of the one of the few people that don't even know live in Boulder, right? It's like
exactly.
Justin who, but but no, just a wonderful guy and a hard worker, and just to see that come together for him was very special,
Did you ever have a sense that you would make a living as a triathlon coach?
No. It's
pretty wild.
It is. It's funny. It's probably a sign of when you get older. But I constantly, in my last few years, I'm always saying I'm so grateful. I mean, I'm lucky. I've got work with wonderful people.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible voyage. It just keeps going round and round, and I'm having fun, and I'm doing what I love, and having great results and successful at it. So it's I'm very fortunate.
How do you watch this race with athletes all over the place?
I don't even worry about watching it. I always think about him in the week before. He's carrying he's got tissue. He's got all the different things. You probably have whatever
like
you have.
Mechanic tools.
People weeping, and then people are happy. People are just like. What a...
Oh, it's been a good year. Everything's been great so far, or they haven't told me about the cheers yet. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's been really fun. We had a team meeting, team at the pro meeting yesterday. We all sat together, and that was fun. Leanda was awesome. She was like, yeah, go team. And we got good energy,
cool.
and
really
it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's everyone, lives all across the country, but we were all together in Tucson in March this year for a pro camp. And it is fun. I mean, to have that little sense of team, and it's been a good week so far.
That's great.
It's great. It's just going to get better.
Yeah.
It's just going to get better.
I mean, I'll definitely be running around. I mean, I'll be out there. Yeah, I mean, having both men and women in a pro race, I'm going to have a pen and pad. I'm going to be probably have to get 2 phones. I'll probably have to rope someone in to be my assistant. And,
nice.
I'll just be taking notes and getting splits and try to keep track of everyone.
Love it.
I'm going to need all my mental ability tomorrow, man.
Thanks, Cliff. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me on.
It's the first time we've had you with us.
Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations. It's great to see, when you see Leanda in the place that she's at, coaching has a huge part of that. If she's happy, you've helped keep the training to a point where it's still enjoyable for her, right? So you gotta be proud of that.
I'm very proud of that. I mean, it's just about getting them to be able to do what they can do, and getting her healthy and seeing her happy. It's very rewarding. And I like the little projects like that. It's easy when it's all going well. It's challenging when you're like, okay, we got to start over again from square one here.
Right.
Or when you're developing an athlete over time. I mean, it's as you know as a coach, there's no overnight success. I think it's what keeps you fresh and keeps, me still coming back. I hope to be doing this for another 15 years,
Thanks, Cliff.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right, this is Breakfast from Kona. We're going to bring Mr. Poncho Man back. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. We're also brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, you up.
What a wonderful day for fishing. The the old Hawaiian way. Everybody is swimming down in Kamakahonu Bay. We throw our nets into the Fiji, and all the mamas come swimming to me, cause we're going to breakfast with Bob. We're going to breakfast, we're going to breakfast, we're going to breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Poncho Man, thank you very much.
Oh, the wave got loud on that one. Yeah. my little grass shack, Yankee Alikiku, Hawaii. Where the humu humu nuku nuku hapua go swimming by. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Pancho Man. Bob Babbitt and Paul Huddle. This is Breakfast from Kona. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race, brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Our next guests, the CEO and the president. Oh my God.
They should be a sponsor of this show.
I know. Rob Urbach, the CEO of USA Triathlon, and Mr. Barry Siff, the president of USA Triathlon, and Huddle and I, the losers of the island.
That's right.
All four of us together in the same place. What are the odds on that? Wow.
Amazing.
Only at the underpants run.
So, Rob, let's talk a little bit USA Triathlon. Obviously, this event is a showcase for our sport. And USA Triathlon has been involved with this event for so long. What's special about this week for you as somebody who's, these are a lot of your sponsors are here. Obviously, a lot of your membership is here.
I think what's so special about it is the community. Clearly this is a bucket list race for a lot of people, but there's probably 1,800 people in the race, maybe 10,000 triathletes on the island. So the community shows that there's a massive support. There's a lot of collegiality involved. People are out training and racing every day. This is probably a dream week for those that are our members, our triathletes around the world.
When I look at this last year, becoming an NCAA sport for women, right? Nearly 6,000 people in Milwaukee at your age group nationals. The sport seems to be heading in a really great direction.
We're healthy. We're trying to continue to improve, continue to provide more services to all of our members, our age groupers, our coaches, our race directors. The NCAA piece you mentioned is a big game changer. Women will have scholarships starting next fall, hopefully, at several NCAA programs and schools. In the draft legal space, very good for our Olympic program as well.
Right. So, Barry, as somebody who's been, race director, been an athlete for so many years, and now president of USA Triathlon, non-paid position, by the way. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
That's really great. That's something. Huddle wanted that job.
I did.
He really wanted that job. Put in 50 hours and get nothing.
Thanks for the coffee, by the way.
You're welcome.
I haven't had anything to eat for 2 days.
And
I saw that you had like 8 cheese danishes. I was wondering about that. Yeah.
If you like to throw some cones in the meantime, we can find another really low-paying job.
I'm working the
for
penalty
you.
tent tomorrow.
You really perfect.
Exactly.
Your feeling about where the sport is, especially obviously in the U.S.
It's interesting because I've been in the sport for almost 30 years from every angle. Also coach, so race director, coach, everything. But to see it from the inside is amazing, and the number of programs that the Federation does, and also internationally. Our involvement, particularly in the Confederation of the Americas, PATCO, and now called CAMTRI, the Confederation of the Americas. It's amazing what we do in some of the smaller, underdeveloped countries.
Right.
There's going to be an Ironman in Cuba in January.
Really?
Yeah, in Cuba. January 25th. And
was that news that we weren't supposed to mention?
To go, or is this just a triathlon?
Well, I wasn't supposed to mention it to you, Paul, but others, no, it's open. We haven't dealt with the visas, or given it that type of support yet, but we'd like to. And so, it's great to see the development. Para-triathlon, amazing.
Yes,
our youth,
first time in the Paralympics in
absolutely.
16, yes.
And we've been hugely supportive of that. And then, of course, our youth efforts. Again, the people who are here, many of them don't understand and really see all that the Federation does. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. I mean, been in Europe for the last year, and I've seen the differences from race to race, from country to country, the involvement of the national federations in each of these events, and it really varies widely.
It does.
And I think when you ask a lot of athletes, what does your federation do for you? You've alluded to a lot of it, but can you sort of give the basics of what the federation does for an athlete, or how they're involved? Because I don't think a lot of people understand that. I mean, we know the basics.
I'll start. I'll start
you
just from a race director standpoint. What's that?
Exactly. Tag team. Yeah.
We can tag team. From a race director standpoint, we provide training for race directors and certain standards. Standards of safety. How many lifeguards, per 50 people in the water. How to set up a transition area. How to set up a course and design a safe course. The medical plan Ironmans, et cetera. So sanctioning of race directors, I think, is where it all starts, and making safe, effective races. We train coaches, we train officials, we provide, fair type races, our publication, et cetera. And I'll let Rob take some of this.
Sure, thanks, Barry. I think you mentioned youth, and USA Triathlon actually supports 38 high-performance youth teams around the country. They're provided training, structure, a grant. Youth is really the key dynamic here. We're getting close to the point where parents who take their kids to soccer practice, basketball practice, will now take their kids to triathlon practice. And that will show a wave of talent, a wave of new triathletes for all the race directors to have in their races, and for us to do more competitive on the world stages.
Challenges. What challenges are you facing? Obviously, we have a nation. Childhood obesity is a big issue. Triathlon can help to be a cure, right? Can help to help out a lot.
That's a great point, because youth sports have some real issues. After age 12 and 13, there's a pretty dramatic drop-off from participation. It gets more and more competitive. If kids aren't making the competitive travel teams, they're washed out of the system. They become specialized. Not true in triathlon. So the beauty about it is, clearly we're a sport. If we mandated every kid to do a triathlon, like I think every kid in New Zealand, for example, pretty much, even if they walk it, will do a triathlon in their school.
Right.
It would certainly change that obesity issue over time, because there's we know that 90% of these kids come back after earning a youth race, which is pretty powerful and pretty rare in sports.
One of the places it seems like you can draw from on the kids' side is from swimming programs. Swimming programs are huge. You get a lot of kids that do well, but it's a lot of hard work, and maybe they don't necessarily get the positive strokes that gets them to continue, and sometimes can pull from that. Is that one of the things that maybe you're doing and drawing for?
I know when we put on the Boulder Kids Triathlon, all of our marketing was to swim programs, and it was very effective. We'd have over 500 kids every year. I want to talk about the challenges, though. I think another challenge are the obstacle races. I think we're seeing
competing with them.
I think people are saying, it used to be really cool to do a triathlon. I'm going to do something It was so different and so awesome, and it's kind of like a bucket list thing. I just put on an event a couple of weeks ago, and these people it was their first time. They've always wanted to do one. Well, now people are seeing, it was fun, and I think they're seeing some other alternatives. So we're looking at things like that to shake it up a little bit,
Oh, so you might get into something along that line.
So I don't know if you know it, Bob, but there's a 10-foot wall before the finish line tomorrow in Kona.
Oh, I like a mud pit?
Cargo net. Cargo net. So, it's, but there are ways to make it maybe more fun. And I know Rob started a program last year or 2 years ago called the Retro Series, and where he's encouraging people to come and race in the Speedo. And, we're fighting with Rob because, USA Triathlon requires you have to wear a shirt.
Right.
You have to wear a shirt. And now we're saying, well, let's have some fun. Let's not wear a shirt. And so that's been kind of a struggle. And
ride a beach cruiser.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, it's the entertainment dollar, right? If somebody is doing a mountain bike ride, or if they're doing a triathlon, or if they're doing a color run or a Tough Mudder, they're making a conscious decision. I've done a triathlon. I'm going to try something different.
Exactly. And it's an expensive sport.
It is.
And we need to deal with that. We need to deal with the cost of entry, the cost of bikes, everything.
Equipment.
I think to follow on what Barry said, I think part of the essence is getting back to our roots of the sport, which is a lot of history here, and everybody, you three, were heavily part of that history. And you see the 1989 Iron War. Triathlon had the mojo back then, and now a little bit of challenge is a lot of people. Everybody has done a triathlon. My greatest fear in life is to hear triathlon was so 2000. So we're trying to do things to make it continually more exciting, more enthralling, more captivating, and some of that may be mixing up some of the things we do in the race. Could imagine a swim, run, obstacle part of your swim, bike, obstacle, run piece. Mm-hmm. So there's ways we think to capture some of that social energy where people go and with 30 of their friends, go do a Spartan run or a color run. Right. Not really true in triathlon. So another big key initiative for us is the school component, not just NCAA, as that trickles down to high schools, clubs, communities, organizations, where you capture that massive social energy the obstacle guys have done so well.
One of the other things that's interesting to me, and one of the things I think you guys have done exceptionally well, the Barbara Lindquist program, identifying athletes who are, collegiate runners, collegiate swimmers, and basically don't even know what triathlon is. A perfect example is someone like a Gwen Jorgensen, who's swam for 3 years, ran for 2 years at Wisconsin, was ready to go start. She got her CPA and was going to go work for Ernst & Young. And Barbara Lindquist says, hey, have you ever thought about triathlon? And then she makes the Olympic team in 2012. In 2010, she couldn't clip in without falling over.
Yeah, no question,
Literally
Bob.
2 years to the Olympics.
Yeah.
Literally 2 years to the Olympics, and I got to tell you, there are more Gwen Jorgensens in the pipeline.
Exactly.
I mean, I say to her, we did a super sprint in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago or a month ago. It was amazing to see the talent there. Women who are actually can run a faster 5K than Gwen, and have swum in either high school or college.
Yeah.
So pretty amazing. Barb's done a phenomenal job.
It's interesting because you get someone like Gwen when she's done with college and she's ready to move on. Is there a way to work with running coaches and swimming coaches in high school to get
They don't want anything to do with you.
really
Bobby.
That's actually an issue.
So
At least not when I was running.
That's a great question because we started to look at college, Barb Lindquist, and that college recruitment program. Now it's a high school recruitment program. Yes. We're actually looking down at faster times, even looking at the quarter mile, the 400 time, building a database of runners and swimmers that can run. Earlier and earlier, because if you look at the stories of the Brownlees starting at 10, 11, and 12, and it's going to be very difficult for Gwen or Sarah Groffs of the world to come out of college and be a triathlon. They're going to need to start earlier. It's getting so fast. Look at the times. Right. The times are crazy fast, world class in all three sports, and it's going to take a dedicated approach earlier and earlier.
It's interesting, though, because sometimes when they start early, we've all seen the dad who's in the Ironman, he gets his kid involved at 8, 9, 10, and they become good at all three, but they don't become great at anything. Yeah. Where you guys are identifying people who are really good. They're Big Ten champions, and they're had Olympic.
In terms of triathlon, they have times that are world class.
World class for 1,500 meters and for 5K.
Yeah.
And when you take them over to triathlon, someone like Barb Lindquist, not Barb, someone like a Gwen Jorgensen is running faster now. Yeah. At 5K than she was when she was in college based on that cross training.
Is that part of the deal? Do you have to educate coaches who are track coaches or otherwise to say, listen, historically, people can run faster when they add these other two disciplines because they're getting the aerobic benefit, but they're not killing themselves or pounding themselves to death on the run?
Yeah, that's certainly part of it. I mean, part of it is the variability of being able to run off the bike.
Exactly.
If the average person drops 3, 4, 5%, but a Brownlee or Gwen Jorgensen sometimes are almost running very close to an open 10K, which is absolutely astonishing. Right. So a lot of coaching, a lot of specific training, a lot of brick training, and we've got some great coaches like Bobby McGee, I call him the Run Whisperer. Yeah. They can look at a Gwen Jorgensen who's running a 32 and change. Gee, I got another 10 seconds per kilometer out of Gwen. Right. And it's being able to dial that energy systems in properly. So we're getting more smarter.
That actually was why I had Bobby on the radio show recently, and that's exactly what we talked about, that if running coaches realize that you can do those anaerobic workouts, the ones that you potentially break down when you're running, but do them on the bike, you're tuning the engine to go fast, but you're not hurting yourself.
Yeah, our coaches will say the swimmers are swimming 2 days, are wasting a lot of heartbeats.
Right.
So we're trying to find a way to be as efficient as we possible in all loads of the 3 training and, of course, recovery and strength, etc. So hopefully we're getting better and better.
I think when you look at high school coaches in both swimming and running, they're not necessarily going, hey, gosh, I really want to help out triathlon, right? They want to get that next job. They want to get as much as they can out of that athlete. Is that a little bit of a stumbling block for you guys in terms of identifying the athletes, but also getting the coaches to buy in that if you incorporate this, your athletes will do better?
Yeah, they'll be fresher.
That to me is
Bob, we may have to have you make that argument because we haven't won all those because we've got a kid, Brent Demarest, who got University of Virginia, got held out of the World Juniors in Edmonton. So we've got several top-notch runners that their coaches are having a little bit of insecurity about that. You can't blame them, right? They're paid to win an NCAA championship. Right. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a bit of a balance. Some are enlightened, and some we got to find a way to probably incentivize properly.
I think Barry with a little P90X and a little Kim Jong, whatever the heck you're doing. Yeah. And Barry, do you see the same thing with these coaches?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to mention, you talked about what the Federation does. Yes. I mean, and we mentioned, Barb, and we mentioned Bobby McGee and Jonathan Hall and Andy Schmidt. We've got a great coaching program, a great staff. I think the future holds a lot more focus now on the bike, personally, because we are getting the swimmers, bikers, and Gwen has really been an amazing success story, but I think that the cycling edge on the women's side has a ways to go, and on the men's side it's there, so it's a little bit tougher. Alan Webb I mean, pretty good runner.
Yeah, he's all right.
And he's proven that he can swim phenomenally.
Well, he actually mentioned that when he was running his best, when he was running 346, that he was incorporating, he swam in high school. And he swam a lot back then, and when he started going backwards was when he had taken swimming out of his workouts.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got to nail that bike portion, and that's something we're certainly working on.
And it's hard to do that when they're in their late 20s or early 30s. You want to get them on a bike when they're younger.
Aren't you guys next door to USA Cycling or something up there? In the Springs?
Right there.
Maybe you want to talk to those guys.
That's a great idea.
What the heck? I love that.
That's right.
I love it. Hey guys, thanks so much for taking time.
And thank you for everything you do for the sport, both of you. Just
this guy.
Both of you.
We
but
love
this guy especially,
it's
for sure.
the best sport on the planet, and it changes lives. It changes lives for the better every single day, and we're going to see 2,000 of them out there tomorrow who are going to change their lives for the better.
Amen.
Rob Urbach, Barry, you guys are legends. We love it.
Thanks.
This is Breakfast from Kona.
Thanks, Barry.
Again, my name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. There you can dance along if you like. Our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, who are also both USA Triathlon sponsors, right? MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. And of course, our main man, Poncho Man.
Ow! Where the humu humu nuku nuku apua go swimming by. It's Aloha Friday. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Poncho Man!
All right. Yeah, brother. M-A-M-A-L-O-H-O-A. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Poncho Man! This is Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are also presented by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, Birthday Boy, Tim Hola.
Yes.
Just turned 40 years old.
40.
Wow.
Bob, remember back in 23 when you turned 40?
I remember back.
Wow.
It was like in 1912. When I turned,
It's those birthdays
40.
that end in 0. They're big ones.
They're always big
know?
ones.
So you're aging up for this race.
Aging up 40 to 44.
Nice.
Yeah. Any advice or?
Advice? The advice would be the other guys. Quit now.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Right.
They're getting
so,
faster.
15th Kona.
15th Kona. Yeah.
25th Ironman.
Wow.
40 years old.
Yeah.
Those are all
man.
good numbers,
Those
man.
are good numbers.
It's
And you've gone 8:58 here?
8:58 in 2006. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a tough one.
In 2006, you just gotten better and better and better.
I'm trying. Every year's different. you
Yeah.
know? But I'm trying to do my best and keep healthy and make good choices, like all of us. So, but
Yeah, I don't make good choices. But what is it about this race that you like so much?
It's so special. I think the first thing that drew it to me in 1999 was just the conditions, the island. I've always loved, hard races, but places that are scenic and where I can really test myself. And everything I saw on NBC over the years just, really struck to me. And when I saw it, I'm like, you know what, let's just really try to qualify. And so I qualified at Olympic distance at the time.
Right.
Mrs. T's,
Yeah.
Chicago.
Yes,
Oh, that's right.
In 99. And, 2 months before the race. And I'm like, let's just give it a go. And it's been like that ever since. So it's been a really nice
windy,
run.
hot, 25 Ironman races. I mean, are you doing other distances these days, or are you pretty much focused on Ironman now?
I do a lot of halves. I like the half distance one because of the, you don't really have to recover as much. And timing, I have twin boys, they're 7. I got a full-time job. There's a lot of commitments, and the timing is a lot to train for an Ironman.
Yeah.
But this is special. It's different. It's the big one. It's,
Do you happen to remember when Olympic distance was like what half Ironman has become now? I mean, you just said,
Yeah.
I like to do the half. You can do a
70.3.
bunch of them. You don't have to recover.
Yeah,
Half Ironman, you used to have to recover. It
It's
doesn't seem like anybody thinks that anymore.
It's changing. The sport's changing. There's a lot more technology out there. There's a lot more recovery.
So it's
things you can
easier.
use, so
It's a lot easier now.
Yeah. There's no big deal.
yeah, right. It's a pizza cake, right? Yeah.
What I love is all the people, it's like the bucket list item is to run a half marathon, right?
Yeah.
Like if I run a half marathon, and these guys are like, I do like 6, 7, 8 of the 70.3 race. A half marathon
Yeah.
is the last thing,
Yeah.
Yep.
right? That's like, that's the end of the day.
Yep.
So when did Team Timex start for you?
Teams Timex started. Wow, Bob. I mean, it's been 12 years. I was
Yeah.
one
We were
of
on the first groups, right?
First group. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've been around a long time, and the part I love about the team is that not only are we great ambassadors to the brand, but we're at the front lines. We're at retailers. We're talking to consumers and telling them why Timex is the best choice out of all the choices that they have, and there's a really high degree of authenticity that comes with that. And I think that's where Timex really has the upper hand with how they connect with people and consumers.
And
It's a
also,
great thing.
When you talk authenticity, when someone like yourself is walking in to talk to a retailer,
Yes.
I'm assuming that might give you a little street cred.
Yeah,
It's like,
it helps.
25, I bet it
helps.
does.
Yeah, and I'm a pretty humble guy. I don't really talk about it that much, but if it comes up and they're like, have you raced with it? And, I might share a couple stats.
So you don't wear a shirt that says 25
Look what I
Ironman,
did.
Ironman
and,
champion.
8:58.
Yeah.
Well, let's make our appointment for 8:58.
Yeah.
Why is that? Oh,
the
that's my
coincidence
Kona
of that,
time.
Funny you
right?
should ask.
That's funny you should ask.
Well,
I like
by
that.
the way,
So
I noticed we have some gadgets on the table here.
it's so
It's
nice
all-
you to bring gifts. That's great.
I try.
This
So those are all for you.
just out of curiosity, you can't really see anything on this. I don't know.
That's
There's
okay.
no
You just
time
have
on
to-
this.
You just have to push the.
The button how it goes.
Right.
So talk about the new. This year, it seems in particular, the Timex has come up with a number of really cool products.
Yeah, this fall we really came to market with a lot of cool new products, and you know what? I mean, we want to be synonymous with the word technology, Timex technology. I mean, we've really come to play this year, and first and foremost, the Ironman GPS. The Timex Ironman 1 GPS Plus watch.
Whoa.
You know what's great about
that's
that
the new
is
one.
for us old site challenge
You can
guys,
actually see the
you
time.
can see that. I
Yeah.
like that. Yeah,
It's a-
big numbers.
You're only 40 now. You'll understand when you're 45.
Right. I'm only 40, right. Yeah. 5 more years to go. But
Mom is nodding in the audience.
Right. Thanks, Mom. Yeah. No, but I mean, I think one of the big reasons why we expect a lot of good things from this watch is that it's the very first watch out there that we know of at Timex that is fully supported by AT&T. So you get 1 free year of service, and it's not tethered by your phone. So you don't need your phone to connect with your loved ones. If you're lost on a trail, send them an email. It's completely done by the watch only, and it's a great thing. No one's ever done that before.
So can people track you?
People can track you. It's got a live tracking feature on there as well.
So when I tell my wife I'm out on a 50-mile ride, but I'm actually at Starbucks, she'll know where I am.
She'll know. Yeah. She'll say, wait a minute, I know that intersection.
Yeah.
So,
and he hasn't moved in a while. that's really slow.
You know what? It's a nice safety feature. You know, if you're in trouble,
that's really
you get
cool.
That's
it's
a great
if
thing.
you get lost at Starbucks, it's really,
if you get
really
lost,
good.
I mean, you know me, I'm a big caramel macchiato guy. You get lost in all that whipped cream, you know.
I like it. So talk about some of the other guys.
So some of these other watches are really great as well. We have a brand new activity tracker called the Move X20, and this not only connects to Bluetooth, so you can track your emails and caller ID, but it also tracks your sleep, has a full workout mode, waterproof, really super comfortable. 4 SKUs, 2 sizes. We also have a $99 price point brand new watch called the X20, the Run X20, and that's a great watch because not only is it hit that $100 sweet spot, but it's very easy to navigate, simple. A lot of people like simple things.
I like simple.
Yeah, simple.
Bright
simple.
colors. It's easy to see. And then our Run X50 watch, it's kind of in between the Run X20 and the One watch. It actually is connected through Bluetooth, but it can also upload your workouts to various fitness apps such as Strava, MapMyFitness.
From your watch.
From your watch.
Can you order coffee with that?
You know, I think it's in the long range plan to do that. Yeah.
Talk a little bit about
make it easy.
Team Timex. And what always intrigued me about Team Timex, I was lucky enough to go speak to the group a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And it was at the Meadowlands.
Yeah.
You gave us media training. I remembered.
Yes.
I was there.
We did media training. But the cool part was that when you guys got your gear, it was in the lockers that the New York Giants. So you're in Eli Manning's lockers, your Timex running gear.
Right.
I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Timex has been around for such a long time. For this race, it's been around since '84.
Yep.
First Timex watch, Ironman watch, was in 1986. And like I was telling you on the radio show before, all of us Timex athletes that are going to be racing on Saturday, which is about 14, will all have an 86 on our upper right-hand shoulder, signifying that year. So it's a big year. But, you know, having that team together and having it grow and having us spread so much awareness for not only Timex, but all the brands below us that are underneath that umbrella, such as Power Bar, Nathan Hydration, things like that. We do a lot of great things for not only Timex, but other sponsors. So it's just about spreading awareness and seeing it grow. And it's special, you know, it's a special relationship.
What gadget has become sort of your addiction? Because you talk about all the different things that are now available. I mean, heart rate monitors, you know, they slowly came in and then they were just ubiquitous. Everyone had to have a heart rate monitor. Now it seems like it's power. Now it's GPS and a lot of the functions that you're talking about with the new one.
Yeah.
Is there stuff that are, you know, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I just want to go out and not know. You know what I mean? I don't need to know that I'm going slow today. But there's a lot of people that live by it.
Right.
Which one is it for you?
Well, for me, I mean, like you said, there's so many options, and everybody's so different.
Yeah.
But you hit a good point there. I think people these days just like simple things. They like to keep it simple. I have always trained by feel. I've never been a big power meter guy.
Right.
However, when I got turned on to GPS, that was the one thing to answer your question that really got me because I just like to know how far I've went, and I love the pace. Love to know my pace, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes when I'm having an off day and I want to run to my certain mile point, I don't want to know it. I just want to go on feel.
Are you one of those guys who trains with that, but then on race day you don't want to know and take it off?
Yeah, so
nothing on race
day. I'll probably race with this guy and just hit start at the cannon, and that's it. Yeah. And I look at my watch maybe 4 times during the day. That's it.
Yeah.
Because it's all feel. And I've done this so many times that I just know what my body's going to deliver for the most part. We all have that boundary.
Yes.
So hopefully it's
So who's going to be
faster.
able to track you on race? Your mom and dad going to be able to track you and see where you're at the
I
whole
believe
time?
so. They'll be somewhere along the course.
Yeah.
Usually on Palani.
Do you remember when timing chips first were introduced at Ironman and Tinley put his timing chip
on the motorcycle?
Lead motorcycle.
It's going 95 miles an hour on the Queen K Highway.
That's good. Tinley's leading. This is unbelievable.
Oh, and now he's riding back on the course.
Have you thought about that?
Maybe I could get 2 chips.
Put your tracker on.
Yeah, that's right.
That is great.
I like those ideas.
Just, always thinking.
Is there any idea how many Timex Ironman watches have been sold over the years?
Oh boy, I don't have the latest stat, but I can tell you that a lot of us here on the island and all of our extended family probably are a big percent of that for sure. So
you think?
Oh yeah, I would say so. That Timex and Ironman coupled relationship. I mean, we really just want to help both of our brands grow, and we've done that over the last 30 some years. It's been a great thing. Yeah.
And you said you have 14 athletes racing.
14 athletes.
And what is your goal this year? Your particular goal?
Time.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
nines.
8:57.
Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of things that can go really well on race day and a lot of things that can't. Obviously, we're hoping for the good things. I would love to be in that 9-hour range. That's a great goal for me as an age grouper and for my schedule. But, the wind could tell me different. The heat could tell me different. Yeah. Nutrition, all those little wild cards. But I'm going for close to 9. I'll try.
Have you, all these years, I mean, when you're going under 9 hours, there's pros who don't go that much under 9 hours. Had you thought about pro at one point?
I did, in my early 30s.
Yes.
I thought about it, but there's just so much competition these days in the age group ranks. It's getting harder and harder, and at the time I really wanted to enjoy the sport. That's why I do it, to have fun. And if I were to turn pro, I know where my limits would have been. I would have been, not probably in the money, maybe mid to low pack, and I just got way more out of the sport competing against people that were, my age.
Shared.
And that's what makes it fun for me. And I don't know if I would have had that much fun as a pro.
So speaking about getting faster, one of the things that's astounding to me are the times. What do you think 40 to 44 men's winning time will be tomorrow? I mean, and obviously it's very weather dependent, but
Yeah, certainly under 9. I would say probably maybe 8:45ish, somewhere around
Times
there.
that used to win the race overall.
Unbelievable. Yeah. It's so
I would say
fast.
that. And these guys some of them are not 40, they're 44. I mean,
right.
You never know.
Yeah.
But that's what experience will do. And that's a good thing about aging, right? You get experience.
Yeah.
You get a lot
With
of
age comes
experience.
wisdom, right?
Wisdom is not a bad thing.
Clearly, after 25 of these, it hasn't really come to you yet. So.
Yeah, right. Clearly, right?
Now the whole family here.
My parents came. My wife and 2 boys should be watching online right now.
Oh, nice.
So there's a little connection. So hey, shout out Connor and Spencer, Nikki. How you doing?
Nice. That's great.
So so mom and dad, and they've been here every year since '99, supporting me, and it's been a really good
trip to Hawaii. They're on the golf course at the banquet. They're telling you that they're going to be watching. Honey, we'll be right there for you. Have a good race. Gun goes off. They're straight to the buffet and then to the golf course.
Thanks for not bringing us to Hawaii this year.
Sorry we missed you. Jeez, what happened?
Got more going on. I love it.
Yeah. I just feel thankful that I can finish by dinner time so we can have dinner at Huggo's afterwards. That's our deal.
Nice.
So it's a nice little setup. So
love it. Tim, thanks so much, man.
Thank you.
It's fun.
Congratulations on everything. It's unbelievable.
You're
to
doing
see
some
what
really
you've
cool
done.
stuff.
And thanks to you guys for hosting. It was fun.
No, always awesome. Hey, Tim Hola has been our guest, and he said he's going 8:44, and that's in stone. Not a problem. There's a bunch of losers out there, and he's going to win his division. This is Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. Our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, take us out.
Happy birthday. L-O-H-O-A. Whose birthday is it?
Wednesday.
Whose birthday?
Right here.
Do a happy birthday.
In the key of G, everybody.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tim. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Poncho Man.
Yeah, happy birthday, Tim. It's Aloha Friday, and it's breakfast with Bob. It's Aloha Friday, and it's breakfast with Paul. Breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, hashtag inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. Our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, and ex-guest, a gentleman who's going to tell us exactly who's going to win,
Yeah, you know,
what they're going to make their move.
Lieto,
Yeah, they're
and,
nothing.
Lovato, a bunch
We
of
don't care
losers
about
who
those
don't know
losers.
anything.
We got Herbert Kraebel now from
we have
Slow
the real
Twitch.
deal.
We've got the man who's going to tell us who's going to lead the swim, the bike, the run, who's going to set the course record.
So we don't really
No pressure.
We don't want just top 3.
No, well, top 30
because
would be good.
Yeah, top 30 on
would
each
be good.
side would be
Ready, go.
Yeah.
I said all along it's much easier to predict who's not going to be on the top.
Okay, do that. Who's
Oh,
not
that is
gonna
a
be
good
the-
one.
Us three.
In the top.
Well,
what?
I'm not going to name any names. Someone wanted to bet with me that a certain person was going to be
Who?
on the podium.
Who?
I'm not going to call him.
Oh, I thought you
You're
were slow
a journalist. I
You're
thought
slow
this was
twitch.
what you
Come on.
do.
I can tell a good story, an old one that's better.
Yes.
Okay.
Scott Molina bet me actually at this place that Klaas Bjorling is going to finish in the top 10 here. And I said, absolutely not. Klaas Bjorling will not finish in the top 10. And he bet me $20, which he, of course, he lost. Then he saw me at an after party and wanted to give me a beer coupon instead.
No,
See, so
that's
he didn't want
Molina.
to give you the $20
Because he
wanted
had
to give
been
you
given
$1
the beer coupon.
for
and-
free.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
So it was nothing.
So,
So you've been covering this event for how many years?
7 years.
Okay. Is this the deepest field, men and women, that you've seen here? Or are we always, every
Is
year
that-
we go, oh my
is
God,
that
it's the
the
deepest
most
field?
Overused expression.
It's not really overused. I mean, it's really hard to say because I think we live in the now and not in the past, right?
Right.
So we're now people, and so it's easy to look at what's happening at this current time, and with the new influx of middle distance or short course athletes
Right.
coming here, it's harder to call and makes it a little bit more unique and challenging.
And you know the European athletes probably better than anybody. Nobody's talking Andreas Raelert, and I don't know, what he's really been up to most of the year. Talk a little bit about some of the European athletes and who you think could be a major factor here.
Well, I've given only one prediction. I thought that Rania was going to win.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
heard that.
And then I thought that maybe Freddie van Lierde, really tough to count out, probably second.
Yes.
And I gave my fellow countryman Sebastian Kienle third place.
Okay.
What about Frodeno? That's like a conspicuous absence based on everyone we've talked to so far.
No, I think I'm giving these guys ammunition to prove me really wrong.
Yeah.
I think people get hungry when they hear people forgetting them, and so they get angry, and maybe that he'll
course.
prove me completely wrong. But I think it's really hard to come here for the first time and just
win.
kick one out of the ballpark,
Right. Well, especially with the depth of the field.
Yeah, like it's not easy.
You mentioned Kinley. He's my pick. I've heard injury, and I just heard that yesterday. Have you heard anything in terms of his running?
Well, you always hear about injuries, that different people have injuries, and you never know how much of it is kind of little underground charades to throw other people off. And
They'll go, hey, let
Yeah.
Sebastian go. We don't have to worry about him. He can't
no,
run.
and then we all know the talk is cheap before the race, so
Yeah, of course.
we'll see it all what happens tomorrow. I mean, we can all discuss whatever
But
we
that's
want.
the fun of it. That's the best part right now is discussing what's going to happen.
No, but we know that people have gamesmanship, and people will
Sure.
talk about, I'm nursing this shoulder injury, or haven't been able to run, when we've all seen them running and we've all seen them swimming, and so I always take it with a grain of salt.
One of the other guys that Babbitt mentioned earlier in another interview that I think a lot of people have just said, you know what, whatever, he was nothing last year, but he happened to win the year prior, and that's Pete Jacobs. What do you think about Pete?
I think Pete Jacobs is going to be here to prove something, And what's good for him is last year he came here as the defending champion. That's a lot of pressure. This year he has no pressure at all. I think makes it really easy for him to really do well. And he's shown that he can really specifically prepare for this race, which some other people have failed to do.
Right. So with Slow Twitch, how much with this event, Ironman World Championship, is this the biggest time of year for Slow Twitch in terms of the number of people coming on the site?
It's always a big. It's always.
You're big all the time. I understand.
No. It's always a big event. But also, we come here sooner than any other race, so we do a lot more stories from here, and that actually that just makes the traffic.
Right.
It's just more and more content, but yeah, it's probably the biggest time of the year
for all of us.
For all of us. And it probably would be even if we were not here.
What for you is the biggest news this week? I mean, obviously we get the usual stuff every year, but is there something that stands out right now as uniquely newsworthy that you're thinking, wow, this is quite a story?
Ironman Turkey. I heard that.
Oh yeah. No. I mean, from the Slow Twitch side, you guys had the forum and everyone. What are people talking about? Is there anything that we might not be thinking about?
No, not really. I think people are excited about this race, and I think everyone is making their own predictions. And I haven't seen what the latest odds are, but I think it's good to guess, and always. I typically refrain from offering any predictions.
So, as long as you're talking that way, top 3 for women.
Daniela Reef.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you never know with that Sato guy.
Right. Oh, I know.
I don't know.
He's got a pretty good track record.
And then, but I think Mirinda can easily win it just the same, so I would almost give her the same odds.
Yes.
Speaking of Soto guy, but now with McCormick, what about Carolyn Steffen?
I actually think Rachel Choice in 3rd place.
Okay.
Rachel Joyce 3rd.
Because she, as I always say, she's a tough choice to overlook,
So Leanda Cave has no shot?
Is that what you're saying? Leanda Cave has no shot. Okay.
No, so
right here, Leanda Cave has no shot.
Way to go, Herbert.
No, actually, Leanda Cave. I wouldn't put any money on any of these athletes if they could, how high they would place. 100% not. There's some people. If you name their names, I would say absolutely no. You haven't named anyone yet.
Okay.
Craig Alexander.
No, I wouldn't bet against him.
Would or wouldn't?
Would not bet against him.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean we can play this game. Like,
yes.
Yeah. I want to hear an Ivan Rania.
100%.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Good to go. Go on, Babbitt.
Jan Frodeno.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Good. Okay. Timothy O'Donnell.
Andy Potts.
Andy Potts.
Timothy O'Donnell, yes. Andy Potts, no.
Okay. Meredith Kessler.
Yes.
Mary Beth Ellis.
Yes.
Jody Swallow. Wow.
Yeah. That's a lot of people cramming into that top 10.
Bart Arnotts.
Yes.
Faris Al Sultan.
No.
Oh, we want the Speedo guy.
I want the Speedo.
Faris Al Sultan has been, I think the most top 10 finishes of the people. And actually owns that number 10 slot.
He's been at number 10 forever. Yes.
Yeah, but this may be the year where he's not in.
One guy you haven't mentioned. I don't really know if he's going to be any good. Freddie Van Leerd, maybe.
No, I said number 2.
Oh, okay,
you
did
Freddie.
say number 2.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
How about Marino?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
Do you equate any, or do you put any credence in basic size of athletes? Like you look at the average size of the guys that have won this race, it seems like it's all in the 5'10" to 6 foot range, all around 140 to 150 pounds.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a problem for Frodeno or for Van Hoenacker?
No, because I have always athletes who proved that they can fall outside of that bunch. And my mistake always is I tend to have a little thing for a certain athlete. I like him personally. I've known him a long time, and that gives you wishful thinking that you want them to do well. And that's not really reality.
We don't like anybody, so it's okay for us.
Tyler Butterfield.
Oh, I like Tyler. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Oh, that wasn't a no. That wasn't a no.
I don't know. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So Herbert, I know you have to go to another meeting because you squeezed us in between motorcycle meeting and pro check bikes in
and being the slow twitch guru.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking time to come on.
Thanks.
Always
Appreciate
a pleasure. We did it in Germany. We did it here.
What are you doing on race day? What are you going to be running?
On a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle the whole time?
Yes.
You going to stop by and chat with us on the radio? We're over at the expo on the main stage.
If you get some time, come on by.
Maybe I can do
live
that.
radio.
Give us a take.
Love
Yes.
it.
All right.
100%.
Cool.
Herbert Kraebel has been our guest. This is Breakfast from Kona. His name is Paul Hola. My name is Bob Babbitt. We are presented by Active #Inspired to Race. Brought to you by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, take us out.
It's Aloha Friday. It's breakfast with Paul. It's Aloha Friday. It's breakfast with Bob. And breakfast with Paul. And breakfast with Bob.
Thank you, Poncho Man.
And Paul.
Actually, you missed them.
A-L-O-H-A, a little aloha in your day. A little breakfast with Bob and Paul. A little breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Pancho Man. Welcome back to Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. We are sponsored by Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Our next guest, the Pope Mobile, is not here. You don't have the Pope hat yet, but the CEO of the Ironman, Mr. Andrew Messick. How you doing, Andrew?
I'm doing very well indeed.
It's a pretty fun week, huh?
This is a fantastic week. It's the best week of the year by a mile.
No question about it.
You're not very busy though, right?
No. I've just been sort of walking around aimlessly for the last 4 days.
Lattes, hanging out, putting your feet up,
taking long naps. Sailing, in my boat alone for extended periods of time.
Exactly.
All that.
So when you look back at your, as being the CEO, what are you proudest of?
Well, we're in a period of really unprecedented growth for Ironman, and it's extremely satisfying to see races take off, to see groups of athletes grow and develop all over the world.
Yeah.
To see this race and the 70.3 World Championships be increasingly international, and to see the passion that our athletes have everywhere in the world to be able to get to this race, to get to 70.3 World Championships, and really be a part of this extraordinary community of athletes. And we see it everywhere. We see it in South America, we see it in Asia, we see it in Australia, New Zealand, North America, Europe, everywhere.
Yeah.
And helping to expose more people around the world to the extraordinary benefits of the life that we all live is, it's really, it's been a lot of fun.
How important has it been that you are, like the rest of us, that you're a triathlete, that you are an age group guy in terms of your ability to relate to the folks? I have a feeling that the Legacy program came out of the fact that you were a guy who at one time was trying to qualify for this thing.
Yeah, and I wasn't good enough.
Right, and like most of us.
Yeah, and so when I was a serious age group athlete, years before I took this job, I was an hour too slow to get to Kona.
Right.
But Legacy was really born in Los Angeles. About a month after I started the job, I went to Tower 26 and went swimming with Jerry Rodriguez, and had a breakfast with a group of people from the Los Angeles Tri Club.
Yep.
And there was 30 or 40 people. We went to someone's house in Santa Monica, and the group was, all of them were unbelievably passionate and committed triathletes. They're longtime members of our community. They're people who've been involved in the sport a long time, who are instrumental in bringing new people into the sport, in making the club work, in developing new athletes, all the things that we appreciate about the culture of our sport. And that group, half of them had been to Kona 5 times.
Right.
And half of them had never been to Kona. And so what was clear was that there was a group of people who were just as committed, who were for whom Ironman played just as an important role in their lives, but weren't blessed with the genetics
to get here.
Yeah. And I felt then, and I continue to feel, that people who are committed to Ironman and who live the life and who race and train and are a part of the community, they deserve a shot to be here and to participate and to be part of the community of athletes at this race, even if it's only once in their lifetime. But they deserve their shot. And we just had our third, we're about to have our third class of legacy athletes start on tomorrow. And we have a reception for them on Tuesdays.
Yes.
And we brought Dave and Mark, and Paula was there, and these are guys who, for in many cases decades, have organized their lives around Ironman. And to see them, no one appreciates being here more. No one understands how fabulous it is, and what an unbelievable opportunity is to be at the start line more than these guys. And it's always one of the absolute highlights of this week.
One of the best parts of the banquet, I thought, the other night, was the legacy athletes that came up and spoke, and it was clear the level of excitement and the level of thankfulness that they finally had the opportunity to be here. The guy from Mexico was over the top hilarious. I mean, it was fantastic.
And the other guy would have done 36 Ironman events.
Yeah.
36.
Yeah, 36
right, and he's a sub 10 hour guy.
And he's
never qualified.
Yeah.
What's interesting with the long distance triathlon, when you look at marathon times have gotten slower and slower and slower, right? It used to be 4 hours was the last finisher. Now 4 hours is a median finisher. With Ironman, it gets faster and faster and faster.
Well, relatively speaking, the number of people at these races is constant, and the number of people who are participating and qualifying is growing.
Right.
And so now, 3% of athletes qualify for this race. 3%. And
that's brutal.
And so, that at every age group, the caliber of the athletes, their preparedness, their commitment, their seriousness is just increasing, and that's not going to reverse itself. Because as more athletes from Argentina, as more athletes from Singapore and Malaysia, as more athletes from Eastern Europe, as more athletes from Korea start coming into our sport, they're going to start competing for slots right now that Americans and Australians and Canadians and Germans are getting. And so it's only going to get tougher.
Moving the 70.3 and having a world championship for the first time in Europe and having it in Austria. How important was that in terms of a statement to the rest of the world? Because the Ironman World Championship is here, and I don't think it's going anywhere.
Sure, hope not.
Yeah, Clearwater, Vegas, Canada, now Austria. That to me, that makes a pretty big statement.
Well, I think it's important. It's important for European athletes to have an opportunity to race in Europe.
Yeah.
I think that's really important. I think it's even more important that we take the symbolic step of starting to behave like a global company. And when I took over the company, we are global in nature. We have races all over the world.
Right.
But we were a profoundly American organization.
Very American-centric, no question.
And part of what I've endeavored to knock down in the last 3 or 4 years is this notion that we're an American company, because we're not. We're a global company.
Yeah.
Our races are global, our athletes are global, our sponsors are global, our media partners are global, and as such, having all of our races in the United States or even North America, it just isn't consistent with that. So Zell in 2015, Mooloolaba in 2016, 2017, we're not ready to talk about yet.
Nobody's watching. You can talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
But
spill it.
But to have opportunities for people in those regions to be able to compete is going to be great. And by the way, the caliber of athlete we're going to see in Austria is
it's going to be crazy.
Unbelievable, because I mean it's an awesome bike course. And
I think your position is one of the most difficult, because this organization, Ironman, in a lot of places, not everywhere, I think it's gotten a lot better, is seen as the 800-pound gorilla.
It's like IBM.
They can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've seen over the last couple of years some changes made, some policy decisions made that have been really positive. Do you feel like you've gotten enough credit, or the organization has gotten enough credit? And are there things out there right now that you feel like need to be addressed and will be addressed, or in the process of being addressed? Because you're one of those guys who, you get out there on social media, you get out there and you address it with people, and it's impressive, but it's a little scary too. I mean, sometimes I'm just like, wow, he's taken that on, publicly.
Well, part of my job is to be the lightning rod for people that have a point of view about us, and that's fine. I'm fine with that. And if people don't like or don't appreciate what we're doing, then I welcome a dialogue with them. And and I'm easy to reach. And I walk up and down the street and I talk to people all day long. The question about what we can do is one I do want to talk about, because we have customers, and our athletes are our customers, and if we don't do a good job of taking care of them and delivering a good experience, they're going to go do something else. And that it's always struck me, and it's always struck me as interesting that people love our races, but they don't love us. And so you talk to people, Kona fabulous.
Right.
Klagenfurt, fabulous. Lake Placid, fabulous. Ironman Melbourne, fabulous. Ironman, I don't like those guys at all.
Exactly.
and so we're in the business of creating great races. That's what we do.
Exactly.
There's no one in the world better than us. There's no one who is more committed, who tries harder, and who is more disciplined, diligent, aggressive about creating an extraordinary athlete experience.
Right.
And the extent to which we're growing, it's a function of that.
Sure it is.
Because if athletes came to our races and they were unsafe and the aid stations were screwed up and timing data was a disaster and there's nothing for families to do, they wouldn't race with us again, but they do. And it's not an accident. And we work enormously hard. And the teams that we have all around the world who operate races and deliver the athlete experience are the best in the world. They're the most experienced in the world. And we have better tools, we have better processes, and we treat it like a business.
Yeah.
And we really are the only real business in the industry. I mean, it's still an extraordinarily fragmented industry. And so what we want is we want people to love our races. And if people want to be mad at me on Twitter, that's okay.
Well, to me, what's always interesting is when I was running the competitor magazine, I never had a problem with people writing an angry letter because it always came from passion. To me, what I can't cure is vanilla. If someone picks up the magazine and goes, "This is a piece of crap, I don't care," and doesn't ever read it again, I can't do anything about it because I don't know. I always much rather have someone say, "You don't do enough on running or cycling or triathlon." And for you guys, they're coming from a point of passion.
Yeah.
These are people who put your logo on their bodies.
I know.
Right? So if they're reaching out, I mean, you sort of have to look at it, hey, I can always turn it around. If they're coming from passion, I can turn a negative into a positive. And sometimes I'm sure some of those points they're making are pretty valid.
No, and you're exactly right. The level of engagement, the level of commitment of our athletes is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And they are, as a group, extraordinary.
Yep.
I mean, average people don't do this.
No.
And so, I mean, the pool of athletes is we draw an extraordinarily accomplished group of people, and people who set aggressive goals, are prepared to work and sacrifice to achieve them, are successful in anything that they do. And so the people who race Ironman as a group really are a remarkable bunch. And they're engaged, and by and large, none of them are shy about saying what they think. And we have structured athlete surveys. We do all kinds of structured research to make sure we understand what our athletes think at every single one of our races. And I'm easy to reach. I read every single email that goes to CEO@Ironman.com or Andrew@Ironman.com. I read every single one of them, and I respond to most. And so I pay really careful attention to what's happening. And you can never make everybody happy.
Sure.
But you can understand and address major concerns, and I think we do a pretty good job. There's been a lot of we've been hit for years about refunds, about transfers. Well, now we have a transfer policy in Europe. We have a transfer policy in North America. We have a transfer policy in Asia Pacific.
That's huge.
In North America, we have a race refund policy. We listen, and we've put in place programs that are designed to address the concerns our athletes have. We had issues in the swim. We have a structured program called Swim Smart. We invented the rolling start. We've been pretty disciplined and pretty aggressive in looking for ways that we can, in every respect, improve the experience of our athletes to make our races safer and better, and to create programs that introduce people into the sport of triathlon and keep them there.
You mentioned programs. What programs do you have on the drawing board that we haven't seen yet that you can mention that we'll be seeing in the next 6 months or year?
Well, an area where we do need to get better really relates to technology around races. Ironman Live was pretty cool 10 years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago.
And when Huddle and I were doing it.
when you and Huddle were doing it, and you guys were, cranking the generators.
Yes,
right?
yes.
We had a view of the King Cam tennis courts for 7 hours.
That was just after they invented electricity.
Exactly.
Right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes.
So that was when Bob was good looking.
Exactly.
Yes.
So we're starting to get to the point where there's some promising GPS and biometric technology that doesn't just capture data but actually transmits.
Yes.
And so we've got some, I think, pretty promising initiatives that will probably demo on pros in 2015 around GPS and biometrics that can provide mapping, sort of live data on athlete locations, so we're not relying on spotters and timing mats, and over time be able to blend heart rate, power, those types of things into it. And I think that'll dramatically enhance the race day experience. The technology it's not super complex, but it's hard, largely because in almost all of our races, there's extended portions of our bike courses that don't have reliable cell phone coverage.
Yes.
And so you have transmittal processes and anything that's RF based that you have to bounce off an airplane and bounce back to a satellite feed. It's super expensive, and there's battery life issues. So we're getting to the point where cellular based GPS stuff is we'll be able to incorporate that into our live, and we need to do it. It's time to do it.
So I know you're a fan. I know you know all these athletes. Who's going to be our top 3 men and women on race day? I don't want to put any pressure or have you make any enemies. I don't want you to.
So, I mean, I think the men's race is going to be really interesting because I don't think anyone really knows what's going to happen.
Sure.
Nobody does.
I do, but go ahead.
I think the women's race, the swimmer biker girls, Daniela Riff and Jody Swallow, Leanda, Carolyn Steffen, Rachel Joyce, are going to go hammer the bike because they have to have 13 minutes on Rennie.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they either will get 13 minutes or they won't, and Rennie will run them down or she won't.
Yeah.
It feels like that's the most likely scenario for the women's race.
Yeah.
Which means it's going to be unbelievably compelling and unbelievably exciting.
Yes.
The men's race, who knows?
I know.
Who knows?
I know. Yes. Jan Frodeno could break a course record.
Everybody's talking about Jan Frodeno. Everyone's talking about Sebastian Kienle. No one's talking about Freddie Van Leer.
Yeah.
No one's talking about Nico Janos.
Yep.
Ivan Rania.
Timothy O'Donnell.
There's a ton of guys that just no one's talking about.
Bart Arnotts. I mean, there's seriously 10 guys I wouldn't be surprised. More than that.
Kinley's going to win, just so we're clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one's talking about Pete Jacobs.
Yeah,
and
true. Very true.
And so
that's what makes it fun.
That's what makes it fun, and so I think the men's race will be highly unpredictable.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And it's going to blow, and it's going to be hot.
It's hot and windy.
It's Hawaii.
What a surprise. When you talk about programs, one time you were talking about coaching programs, tri-club programs, in terms of expanding the reach of the Ironman brand. That's still an initiative.
Sure. So I think we've had a lot of success with the tri-club program in North America. We're rolling it out into Europe and Asia Pacific this year. Age group rankings, the All World Athlete program has been a big success, and we think that there's more that we can do there. And these are all things that are designed to enhance the community that we have within our athletes, and because we're global and because we have a critical mass of races, the rankings really are relevant, and so it's fun and exciting, and people are fired up, and you talk to athletes all the time who say I don't care if I'm all world gold, but then it's on their resume.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't care at all. We talk technology, and at the end of the day, what makes Ironman so special and so relevant is the human side of this. Has there been a one or two stories that, because I'm sure they come across your desk every day, people trying to get in the race, but also just sharing their story, somebody you meet at a race, a couple stories that have moved you?
Well, I ran into a French age grouper, Ludovic Lemaire, yesterday, who has been trying to get to this race for 20 years. It's taken 20 years to qualify for Kona. And just unbelievably passionate. And so he sat me down and he said, look, I'm a passionate Ironman athlete. I've been racing for 20 years. I'm finally here. And let me just tell you, I want to give you advice as CEO of the things I think you really ought to be worrying about. and his biggest issue is drafting.
Yeah.
And it is a huge issue, and it's one that there's three components to the solution, and two of them, well, you could argue all of them fall within our responsibilities. There's a whole discussion around rules, and in almost every country in the world, we follow ITU rules.
Yes.
And because we're sanctioned by the national governing body in the countries in which our races are organized, and they, by and large, with a few exceptions, accept ITU rules. And ITU rules really were designed for short course triathlon, and they are designed with Olympic distance racing in mind, and the penalties in particular are ones that are designed for short course racing. Mm-hmm. So we've been talking to the ITU for 6 months. Paula Newby-Fraser, Jimmy Riccatello, a number of others are working, and we've got a working group with the ITU and USA Triathlon to create a set of long course rules.
It's a great idea.
That are different.
Yes.
And I think our emerging point of view is that first penalties for drafting for, in long course should be 8 minutes. Because there's a school of thought that says a cynical athlete draft like crazy.
I get caught.
You get a 4-minute penalty. You sit, you rest, you hydrate, and it's not that big a penalty, and there's some probability you don't get caught at all.
And we've seen Luke Van Leer win the race after having a 3-minute penalty. Yeah.
So there's a rules part.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first part. The second part is there's an enforcement part, and that is that the vigilance with which you enforce the rules, and I think we need to get better there. Mm-hmm. Our officials are human. Our officials are athletes generally. Yep. They are passionate, and they don't want to ruin anyone's day.
Of course.
And so there is a natural inclination for them to warn people. By the way, there is no thing called a warning in the rule books.
You are
there is no waving your hands and say, guys, don't draft.
It's like if there's interference in football, they don't warn the guy, they call it.
Right. So part of what we have to do is we have to be more vigilant on enforcement. And then the third area relates to expectations. And that really falls to the athletes, but I think there's a lot we can do to communicate that. Yeah. And the expectation is, don't cheat. Okay? Yeah. And that drafting's cheating, and that you hear, here's two things you always hear. I was overtaken by a draft pack. Drafting was rampant, and I was trying to ride clean.
I was the one.
Right?
I was the one. Right.
Drafting among athletes is the perpetrator-less crime.
Right. I had nothing to do with it.
I had nothing to do with it. Right? I was just minding my own business, riding clean.
Innocent bystander.
I don't know how that bloody knife ended up in my hand.
Right? And so the athletes have to have an expectation.
Yes.
As well. So, but in terms of rules, in terms of enforcement, in terms of the communication of expectations, there's a role for us, and it's an area where we know we need to do more, and we're going to do more.
Love it.
One of the aspects around drafting that we heard and have heard all the last couple of years is course crowding. Any comments regarding that?
So, course crowding, I'll work backwards.
Yeah.
Course crowding is a function of how people get onto the bike course, which is a function of how people get out of the swim course, which is a function of how you start the swim.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
So especially at a race like this, the start of the race determines bike density for the first 50K.
Yeah.
So this year we've split age group men, we've split age group
women. Which is a great move. Yes.
And there's two reasons why we split age group men and age group women. One is, we've come to believe that having age group men and age group women starting together profoundly influences the women's age group race.
No question.
And that strong swimmers, get a meaningful and material tow by getting into big packs of male age group swimmers.
Sure.
And it's a big advantage. And they also get onto the bike course at periods of maximum density.
Yep. And so more people to sit behind there.
More people to sit behind there too. So by creating a 10-minute buffer between age group men and age group women, we will, A, create a better, more fair age group women's race. And the women are competing
Hey, they're trying to get back here.
13 world champions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are going to be crowned on the women's side.
Yep.
Well, 13 if Sister Madonna finishes in 80-84. Otherwise, it's 12.
12, yeah.
So, but then second, the separation, having two waves, decreases the peak swim out density by a pretty substantial margin.
Yeah.
And so the extent that you minimize or you diminish maximum density on swim out, that opens up the bike course and it creates less density for the first 30, 40K.
Which makes the race more fair.
Which makes the race more fair.
Love that.
So as we think about, the question of drafting and the question of density on the bike course, it always starts with how you start athletes in the swim. And it's one of the side benefits of us moving away from mass starts and having a rolling start as opposed to a mass start. You're putting your athletes in the water over 15 minutes as opposed to, boom, everyone goes at once.
Yeah, and it's so much safer.
Well, it's safer, and it helps swim, helps swim experience, and it helps open up the bike course as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Andrew, thank you so much for taking time. I know this is sort of a mellow time for you, so you had time to squeeze us in, but we really appreciate it.
Yeah, my yacht's right out there, and I'm going to go sunbathe for the next 5 hours.
I thought that. So where will you be tomorrow, besides everywhere?
So tomorrow morning, I start at 4 in the bike compound.
Nice.
And I'll go to body marking, talk to athletes in transition. We'll be on the seawall with Dinah Birch for the swim start. I'll be at swim out to watch the athletes come out and see whether our density issue has been materially benefited.
Yes.
At 8:15, I get on a moto and I go out to Javi, and I'll ride through the pro fields and
drop them all like a stone.
Drop them all like a stone.
This doesn't look that hard.
How hard can this be? Then I generally meet Jimmy Riccatello at the penalty tent in Javi.
Yep.
And we talk about what's happening on the bike course. I come back. I'll go into the production tent. I'll see how our
TV show's going.
See how the TV show's going. I get interviewed by Welch, I think at 11:30. First athlete comes in at noon. Actually, about noon.
Yeah, they're coming off the bike.
Yeah.
So a pretty mellow day. Yeah.
Pretty mellow day.
Like that. Thank you so much for taking time, Andrew.
Thanks. Happy
Always
to be
a
here.
pleasure. Andrew Messick, CEO of the Ironman, has been our guest. This again, Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. My name is Bob Babbitt. His name is Paul Huddle. Our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Poncho Man, take us out.
Oh, A-L-O-H-A, a little aloha in your day. A little breakfast with Bob and Paul. A little breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Thank you, Poncho Man.
Nice. It's Aloha Friday.
Thank you, sir. That was really fun.
You got to hang out for 1 second.
Oh, photos. Yeah. Photos.
Hear me say yeah, yeah, yeah. Hear me say yeah, yeah, yeah. It's Breakfast with Bob. It's Breakfast with Paul.
Poncho Man! Welcome back to Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. My name is Bob Babbitt, his name is Paul Huddle. Our sponsors are Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, and Babbittville Radio. Last night at the Ikomomai dinner,
yes.
I'm feeling like the most important part of the evening was when Ironman Hall of Famer, Mr. John Maclean, rolled up the ramp in his chair and got out of his chair and walked over. That was pretty amazing. First of all, John, how special was for you last night?
Well, it was huge, Bob. For me, I'm constantly blown away with the honour to be on stage with you and to share that experience. You know, I've kind of had a flashback that I raced here in '95, and then to have the opportunity to learn to walk again. It was wonderful to share that with the athletes.
So, the backstory on how this even came about, because you'd been in a chair, you were training for the Nepean Triathlon 26 years ago, were injured, hit by a truck, and basically had to come to grips, like so many people do, with the fact that you will probably never walk again. And the chair had to become that's your mode of transportation, your mode of everything. When did you get a sense that, wait, I can still potentially walk?
Well, yeah, I started to, when I had my accident, I hated the wheelchair. I didn't want the life of the wheelchair. I wanted to get back to the person that I was and the things that I was doing.
Rugby,
rugby, running, and kind of that was my thing, right? I used to do okay at that. So then I gradually came to terms with the fact, well, this is what I'll need for the rest of my life. And then I accepted the fact that I'm going to be in a wheelchair, and life went forward. And then I met a guy through Pete Jacobs who challenged my thinking. And it really opened up my mind to the possibility. So I went with, the chap's name's Ken Ware, went through the tremor therapy, and here we are.
When did that happen? When did you meet him, and when did that whole process start?
So Pete, as you know, won 2012 here.
Yeah.
And he was getting ready for 2013. He was injured. We caught up in May, up in Noosa, top part of Australia there. And he said, mate, I'm going to go and see this guy. His alternative is doing something completely different. He said, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I've been injured for a while. I've seen all the conventional people, and it's not helping. I'm going to go and see him. Let's catch up for dinner when I get back. So he came back. He went up there limping, came back sprinting 3 days, and he said, mate, I don't know what he can do for you, but you have to go
check it out.
And I said, look at the wheelchair, Pete. Like, people don't get out of wheelchairs, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then he said, I don't know, but he's still doing his research. And so I met the guy, and we started the process.
Watching it on television, it looks pretty bizarre. It's like you're tremoring. You're sort of shaking your whole body. When he started to explain to you what it was, did you think it sounded like, because over the years I've worked with a lot of wheelchair guys, David Baylor, we're going to put you on a bicycle with electrodes and shock your muscles, and they'll come back and you'll walk again. You've heard it before where people are telling you walk again. Were you skeptical?
Well, the thing was that I went up there thinking he might be able to help my shoulder, because swimming English channels and constant rotation, I had a tear in my rotator cuff. That was the only, my wife Amanda said, why don't you go up there and see whether they can help your shoulder? So I had no pre-expectation at all. So when I went through the therapy, and the thing is that's interesting with the therapy is can get you to close your eyes. So you're switching off the visual cortex straight away. And then that gives the two hemispheres of the brain a chance to communicate. Right. And by doing the exercises very slowly, and I mean every millimetre matters slowly.
Sure.
It taps into the nervous system. The nervous system then creates this tremor. The velocity builds up, and then he said, let it migrate through your body. And my legs started to shake, and he said, what is it that you want to do? And I said, I want to walk. And he said, well, you should be able to. And it blew my thinking, right? It's 25 years. And he said, let's work towards that. So essentially it was, let's see how far you can go with what you've got.
Right.
So I had to let go internally of all the brakes that told me that I couldn't do it, because it's not as if I didn't try. Yeah. And then we looked at a completely different direction. And if it wasn't working, we were finding little tweaks along the way to help it to make it work. And eventually I'm now, riding a bike. So I mean, it blew my mind as I was going along with the journey.
I would imagine when you got there and you're there for your shoulder, how did the conversation come about to walking? I mean, was he already fired up and just said, listen, I want you to try this? Because I imagine, you'd be pretty resistant to that, because I'm sure you've heard every option available. And like you said, you're pretty much resigned to being in a chair.
So when I went up there, and one of the exercises, because it's basically multiple exercises. So anything that you can push or pull in a gymnasium that has unilateral control, therefore not a fixed not a fixed plane.
Yes.
So like a bench press with a bar that has this motion. And every time I did something, it migrated through my legs, and they were just bouncing around. So he then said, "What do you want to do?" And I naturally went, "I want to walk." And he said, "I'm looking at your nervous system, which I can see. Obviously, you studied this for 25 years. It indicates to me that you should be able to walk." And that's when it opened up my mind completely to go, well, what have I got to lose, right? It's not as if I'm not familiar with the chair.
Right.
It'd be my intention to try and get out of it, and always had the dream of maybe doing a triathlon, a conventional triathlon.
Right.
And here comes the right guy at the right time to say the right things, and I'm about to do a triathlon.
Not just a triathlon, the Nepean triathlon you were training for 26 years ago when you got hit by the truck and paralyzed. So it's a 1K swim, 30K bike, 10K run, and you're going to ride a regular bike. And you're going to walk with a cane or without a cane?
Yeah, so I've got my carbon fibre leg braces, which give me a better
some support.
Lateral support. And I've also got walking poles. Interesting story that I got back on the bike, which is exhilarating. And I saw this lady, an older lady, having the walking poles, and I went, that's it, that's what I need. And the answers are always there, right? You just have to open your eyes to see them.
Yeah.
And I thought, let's get some of those. And I started to do that. And my walking's very, very slow. And I did a bike recently and transitioned onto the walk for 5 kilometres, which took me about an hour and 20 minutes.
To do the 5K.
So, I mean, we're not talking anything other than a very, very slow walk. But my dream...
it's a walk.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's a walk.
If someone said to me, 12 months ago, you're going to do a conventional triathlon, it would be, you're crazy. You're dreaming. But my dream is to walk the 10 kilometres, and just with 500 metres to go, or maybe 100 metres to go, to stop with those walking poles, hold my wife's hand, hold my son's hand, and us as a family cross the line, and all those people that are coming along is helping a mate get to the finish line 26 years later.
I think the thing that hit me the hardest yesterday watching this, because you're sitting there at the Ironman with all these Ironman athletes talking about triathlon, the Ironman, you've done the Ironman, we celebrated that, it wasn't talking about doing a triathlon, which is amazing in and of itself. It was when you talked about the simplest things. Talk a little bit about the simplest things that, you noticed
that people can relate to.
Made it so significant, I think, for everybody.
Well, I think, if you look at sport's a part of life. And some people, I guess, invest their life in sport and miss out on other parts of life. So essentially, I've just opened my way of understanding and getting to the essence of what's really important. What's important is that you come from a family and you'll end with a family. Someone's going to be around you when you're born, and someone's going to be around when you die. So that's the connection, right? So moving away from sport, what really matters is my wife and my son for me, and my father and my mother and my brother and my sister. You kind of, sometimes you get lost along the way, right? So I was on a plane recently, and it had a fair bit of turbulence. First thing I thought about was my wife and son. I didn't think about anything else. So when those magical moments, to share those with you, when I was able to walk on the beach with my wife for the first time, it was extraordinary. When I was able to pick up my son from preschool and he come running and he yelled out, "Daddy," because Daddy's been in the wheelchair, right? And then to be able to support him and not drop him, to be able to hold an umbrella when it's pouring with rain and to go really slowly. And my wife's saying, hurry up, what are you smiling for? And it's like, this has been 25 years in the making. I'm going to enjoy it, right? And trying to wipe my feet on a mat rather than wheeling in. And, my wife now gets me to put the garbage out. So...
That's one of the negatives. Now you got to take the garbage out. You got to go out and
you got to do
go mow the lawn.
Yeah.
Well, I had to buy a belt because now my pants are going to fall down because I'm standing up opposed to sitting down, right? So.
Well, the thing that's been intriguing about for me with you as an athlete, a lot of athletes will come in and go, okay, I did the Ironman, I want to go faster, right? You were the guy who came in, didn't make the cutoff time first year bike to run, came back the second year, didn't make the bike to run cutoff time, but they're like, hey, why don't you go do the run? And when you came through the run, they gave you a medal. And you're like, oh, that's great. And then your brother goes, dude, you can't keep that because you didn't do the run, right? You didn't make the bike go. So then you come back the third year, do it. And then it's like, okay, that goal is done. Next goal, English Channel. Done. Next goal, make the Paralympic team in rowing, right? And you do that. So it's like you were always looking for the next thing. You weren't trying to, okay, I want to become the best Ironman guy ever. It was, okay, what's next? When you look back on it now, do you go, gosh, I wish I knew I could have walked 20 years ago? Or do you look at, this is part of the journey and that stuff was meant to be? in terms of defining John Maclean.
Yeah, I get it. So you have to literally, and here's what I'm doing at the moment, right? I'm literally taking one step at a time.
Yeah.
And my son is already 3 years ahead of me because he's 4, and obviously normally takes 12 months. So getting back to being in the moment, when I was here in 95, it was such a tremendous honour to be able to
be
line up,
line. Yeah.
you know, with athletes that I've admired my whole life.
Paul Huddle, for one.
One of
Hall of
many.
Famer. Yeah.
So you know, for me, it was such a tremendous honour to be at the same start line and hope to get to the same finish line. And you know, once that book was closed in '97, after I'd read it, right, so it's time to do something else. And a friend of mine is from the English Channel, and he essentially said, "If I can do it, you can do it." There's a challenge. I dreamed about being an athlete as a kid. Now I'm sponsored, so therefore, you know, I'm expected to do something with that. And you know, the Sydney Olympics and all the other bits and pieces. I like the analogy sharing with kids that it's like ice creams. You know, when the three of us were growing up, it was chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, right? That was when you look at the ice creams today. There are many flavours. So I say to kids, you know, taste as many as possible and work out which ones you like, and you know, then you've had a complete experience. So I mean, to be able to come back here to Hawaii and you know, to share last night was really special for me. But I equally say the other things that I've done has been special to me as well.
Did it feel like you were sort of closing a circle? Because everything really did start in terms of the John Maclean story, the awareness of John Maclean at the 95 Ironman, and here in 2014, nearly 20 years later, you're on stage walking.
Yeah, it's huge, right? I mean, because it's happening for me real time, I'm just looking to continually to improve. And I think, I met Ken at the right time, coming back to the previous question. I met him at the right time, and, you know, that's then translated for me. So I don't look back and say, you know, I wish I would have met him 25 years ago. Because, you know, 25 years, I've had a platform to do some things and hopefully inspire some kids.
You've had an amazing life.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm grateful for those experiences. Right. But now it's about, you know, how far can we go? What's the next progressional step? And, you know, I'm looking forward to taking those steps.
What does this mean for other paraplegics? I'm sure everybody's different. Everyone's got a different injury, a different situation. But as soon as I saw that was one of the first things I thought. I'm like, wow, it's a miracle. You know,
it is.
What does this mean?
Well, that's a really exciting question. For me, my role with knowledge, it's important you have responsibility.
Yes.
So if you have this knowledge, you have to share it. And for me, you know, I'm now a conduit back to Ken to say, if this is something that you're interested in and you're willing to apply effort, and I think from a sporting perspective, people need to understand that. It's not an injection, it's not a tablet.
Right.
If you don't apply effort, you're not going to get a result. And Ironman is obviously a great example of that. So now I've been able to steer people right around the world in wheelchairs from paras and quads, and these people are getting significant gains from where they were. Yeah. That could be reduction in pain.
You've got other guys who are going through Ken's program.
Absolutely.
Oh, awesome.
So my role is to
conduit.
I'm the guinea pig, right?
Yes,
I'm the human version of the guinea pig.
Yes.
And they've done tests with cats and rats with like completely sever the spinal cord, and these things get going again. I mean, they get movement, right? Locomotion.
Right.
And therefore the question is, how is it possible for a rat and a cat but not a human? And the answer is pretty simple. These guys are not having a conversation. They're just trying.
Right.
Where we have conversation, the doctor says whatever the doctor says, and, you know, then we have the self-doubt, and we have all these kind of things which build up.
Yeah.
And for me to fast forward that whole process, Ken said, let go of all that stuff. Let's get present, because that's what really matters. Like today really matters. Last night was amazing, but it's gone, right?
Right.
This is amazing for me right now. What's going to happen tomorrow? How far can you go? And therefore, being that human version of that guinea pig, I'm hoping that we can help many people around the world with spinal injuries.
How far can you go? Is it realistic to think in 5 years or 4 years that John Maclean might be in Kailua Bay on a Saturday morning doing this Ironman thing again?
Well, here's the thing. At the moment, it's blue sky dreaming impossible right now, which as was me trying to do this triathlon 12 months, the local triathlon, that was also blue sky dreaming.
As was walking.
Exactly. So, you know, is it possible? I think through thought, and that's the key piece, right? Yeah. For me, the thought is I'm going to put all my energies towards dreaming about coming back here. And if I continue to swim and I continue to bike ride and I continue to improve my walking through innovation and technology, I'm open to the opportunity. I'm not closed to the opportunity. So I'm hoping that one day I'll get a chance to line up with the best in the world and cross the same finish line.
Well, what I love, Huddle, is we just watched a little video of John riding a bike.
Yeah.
And both of us were sitting there with goosebumps going, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like 2 RPM type of thing.
No,
you were
it's riding
the freaking bike. What did that feel like being on a bike again?
Yeah, so to share that with you the first time, it's you have to let go, because we hold our whole life we hold on to things, right? What a parent said, what a teacher said, what a friend said. I mean, we hold on to stuff. So that's all stored. And the process for me is like, all that doesn't matter. So essentially I tried the bike the first time. I was either going to fall off or I wasn't. but if I didn't try, I would never know.
Yeah.
So that's the way I live in my life, right?
Yeah.
And today I thought, if I can get a bike and I can ride it in Kona, just off the Queen K, and be around the lava fields and have the heat and kind of get a picture in my mind, then I'm starting to create that picture, right? So over time, we'll put some colour and shape around that, and it's my dream to have that experience. So riding a bike, it's exhilarating. It's the smile on my face is like a little boy's running again and going to the ice cream store, right? So, but I'm also containing myself not to get overly excited.
And I noticed you're in the middle of the lava and it's windy and it looked like it was a sunny day. It looked pretty hot. There was no like, oh my God, this is Kona. This is brutal. It was like I'm riding a bike.
I'm on a
this
bike.
is awesome.
I've got a new flavor. I got a new flavor of ice cream.
Because you could hear the wind. You could hear the wind on the bike. It's just like
my face.
So it's one of those exact moments, understanding the importance of living in the moment.
Yes.
So for me, in a hospital bed 26 years ago and not being able to move, and being there with quadriplegics who couldn't move anything at all. I had some movement in my upper body. So I have an appreciation of that time. I don't live in that moment. So when I'm on a bike in Kona, like I'm in that moment and I'm feeling the breeze on my face and I'm like, I'm here, like I'm actually back on a bike. And the lady said to me last night, she said, are you scared about getting hit by a truck again? And that never entered my mind.
Yeah.
It's like, no, because if I was, I'd be living in the past.
Yeah.
It's all about being present, about it, enjoying the experience right now.
And Huddle and I have really enjoyed this experience,
Yes,
man.
for
Thanks
sure.
for taking time, man. It's so wonderful to have John Maclean back with us at Ironman, #1, because you're part of the family. And,
Thanks, Bob. And
watching
thanks.
you with us last night, walking on stage, that was pretty darn special.
Good to be back, and hopefully we can join you down the track.
I love it. Poncho Man, come on in. Again, this is Breakfast from Kona. We're at beautiful Huggos. We're presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. Sponsors include Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Event Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio, Poncho Man.
What was that, Rob?
I was going Kona. Poncho Man, take us out.
I'm gonna say yeah. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul. It's breakfast with Bob and Paul.
Woo! Poncho Man, you're a legend.
It's Aloha Friday, swim, bike, and run on Saturday. Do-do-do-do, breakfast with Bob.
Thank you, Poncho Man. Welcome to Breakfast from Kona. We are at beautiful Huggos. We're presented by Active, #inspired to race. My name is Bob Babbitt. And our sponsors, Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. Our next guest is the 4-time winner of the Wildflower Triathlon, one of the legendary events on the planet, Mr. Jesse Thomas.
Hi.
It's sort of fun not racing, huh? Or is it hard not racing for you coming here?
No, it's very easy not to race. it's a lot. I think it's a lot more fun week not racing for sure.
Now, didn't you just have a crash?
I did. I don't know if you guys can see some of that.
Yeah.
I covered up the bad stuff with Band-Aids, but yeah, I took a spill.
Where was that at?
At Challenge Rancho Cordova.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just, it's totally my fault. I think I just wasn't paying enough attention to hit something in the road, hit a big rock and went down hard. Was skidding on the ground before I knew kind of what happened, you know?
What I love is your background, the fact that you were a basketball player, one of the few guys, I'm sure, one of the few triathletes, I'm sure, on this island who can slam dunk. Can you could
Yeah,
at one time?
yeah, a long time. Yeah, no, definitely the miles, the running miles on the lakes have taken away the dunking ability.
So-
but it's not a lie. It has happened many times before. Yeah.
And you've got the fro. You like the fro and the
well,
you can slam.
you never know. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah. And then, from steeplechaser too.
Yep.
And steeplechase, always one of my favorite events because there's carnage involved, right? You got the pit and people jumping on each other and spikes, all that cool stuff.
It's a fun event. It's kind of like the crazy man's event for, track and field. And,
yeah. How'd you get into the steeple? Usually it's like the coach goes, we're looking for, almost like they're looking for the guy to, okay, we need someone to run out in front of the infantry to see how many guys there are.
That's basically like what it was like. It was like, okay, well, here's this guy that's doing all right, but he's not really knocking it out of the park. So if he gets hurt, who gives a crap? Let's throw him in the steeplechase and see what happens. And then it ended up that, I got through the race and the athletic background of doing some other sports,
Right.
it's not hard to be more athletic than a bunch of distance runners.
That's true.
So it was kind of an easy transition.
Because really steeple is more of an athletic event, right? You've got to be
more
strong.
athletic than just a straight 5K or 10K, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got more. There's more athlete. You have to have more strength for sure, and just athleticism to get over the barriers, get over the water jump, and then kind of. It's more like another sport like basketball or soccer where your heart rate's kind of spiking a few times a lap and you're so it's a little bit different load on your body than kind of a straight kind of paced event. So
what the most carnage you've seen during a steeplechase event? Because when people come to the track meets, that's where they go, right? They line up, they bring their chairs, they sit up on the pit and wait for somebody to biff in the pit. Melissa Hulshut was telling us that she basically went down in the pit and didn't know if she could get out.
Yeah. Yeah, it would. I never went down in the pit. I have gone down before, but I actually had I won a Pac-10 championship because I was neck and neck with a guy from Arizona State going into the last barrier, and he ate it on the last barrier, and I beat him. He probably would have outsprinted me.
Yes.
But I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I would have got him, but I got him because
he nearly drowned in the pit.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So going from steeple, after you finished college, did you go right on to MBA and move into business?
I had it was kind of a roundabout couple things. I broke my foot, which more or less ended my running career because I was kind of unsupported right at that time where I wasn't good enough to have a shoe contract running, and so I kind of transitioned into business and cycling as a kind of my next athletic passion, and then broke my neck, as you know.
Yeah, and that was at you were just riding through a parking lot or something.
Yeah, it was a super low speed crash, one of those things where you're not kind of just not paying enough attention, maybe similar to my crash last weekend. I was just hanging out with a buddy and talking with him, and just got my hands bumped off the handlebars and landed on my head, and it just ended up being by far the worst accident I'd ever had.
And I mean, it's not like some minor thing. You broke what vertebrae?
Yeah, C1 and C2, shattered C1 into 4 pieces, and then had them all kind of surgically put back together. And it was amazing. I was lucky that I was in the, really close to the Stanford Medical Center at the time, and I had some incredible surgeons that were there who performed the surgery on me and saved my physical life.
Because they could have tried to fuse it.
Yeah,
right?
There were a lot of things. There were a lot of things that could have gone wrong, and that didn't. And it was really lucky. So,
is that something you draw on? I mean, you had basically you were almost paralyzed.
Yeah.
And you've been obviously a huge supporter of CAF over the years. Yeah. Is that something you relate to when you see those guys?
I think so. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to relate to what the CAF guys go through, because they're obviously dealing with some type of physical thing to a much larger extent than I have to. What I can deal with is what I can appreciate is the process of redefining yourself as an athlete and as a person. And I think up to that point in my life, I had a much more singular view of my identity as really core person that I was an athlete. Yeah. And that forced me to not be an athlete for a long time, for a few years, and develop the other sides of myself.
Intellectual side. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and in a number of other ways, and kind of become a more complete person. And I think that process is similar to the conversations that I've had with challenge athletes. I think it's a similar process that all of them going through and kind of accepting this thing, changing their mentality, and then ultimately taking what they can and pushing forward as best as they can. And the challenge athletes that I've met have done that as well or better than anyone I've ever met.
So you go get your MBA.
Yeah.
And at that point, are you, besides riding a bike, are you doing racing, doing anything like that?
No, I'm full MBA, out of
shape type of guy.
20 pounds heavier than I am now. I basically spent the last 2 years networking, right? Yeah. Just a lot of drinking beers and staying out very late and not exercising. And so it was after that, and I was really I honestly I remember graduating and feeling heavy, walking down the aisle to get my degree. And Lauren, my wife, who is as you know is a remarkable athlete. Yeah. A super accomplished athlete, has been a USA champion a couple times.
5,000?
Yeah. And she was going to Europe during that time to go race. And I just decided I would take a couple months off to go with her and see, before I really decided what I wanted to do. And I went over there and I started running with her. I rented a bike. I started swimming. And I was just I just love doing this and I miss it. And I had dabbled in triathlon the couple years before I started my MBA. I was maybe I could be a professional triathlete. And I talked to Lauren about it. And she was, as she's always been, my staunchest supporter and biggest believer of me doing anything. And she said, "Yeah, let's try it. Why don't you just try it for 6 months and see what happens?" And I did.
So for 6 months.
Yeah.
And in that 6 months, is that when you came to Wildflower for the first time?
No, so that was a whole year later.
Okay.
So I did 6 months, and I went to Escape from Alcatraz as an age grouper.
Okay.
And I finished 7th there. As an age grouper in the pro field.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And outran the whole pro field.
Wow.
And there were as every year there's good guys there. And so that was my first. That was kind of the big believe moment where I'm oh man,
moment.
all of a sudden this could happen. And then it was that fall that I signed on with Matt Dixon. I talked to him actually while he was out here in Kona that October, and then it was the next May that I won Wildflower.
And when you came to Wildflower, we're talking everything was borrowed, right? You had
it was crazy.
Yeah, Matt Lieto.
Yeah, I had Matt Lieto's aero helmet.
Yeah,
not his his like leftover arrow helmet.
Yeah, not the good one.
Yeah, he's not gonna get.
Yeah.
And I think he made me like, I can't remember what it was, but he took some of my stuff that I needed because of that. It's always like a swap.
There's a payback.
Yeah, there's a payback of some kind. And then we and my bike actually that I had just I had a bike that I had bought myself obviously, and it broke the week leading into the race, so I borrowed a friend's bike, and then I was in a ironically Pearl Izumi kit that a friend who was a rep of mine like gave to me.
And you were race number 90 or
87.
87, yeah.
Yeah, so it was a crazy deal, and then obviously had a great race and won and
bought the aviator glasses.
And I was wearing
at the gas station on the way over.
I literally bought them on the way down there at a gas station, and it was
and you win the race.
Yeah,
and that was the moment that really changed everything.
It was. I mean, it was. It wasn't like I've written about. It wasn't like I crossed the finish line and then Dave Letterman's calling and I've got Toyota's offering me a truck or whatever. It was but it was the moment that like put me on the map.
You got a free bagel and things.
I did. Yeah, I think. It was. It definitely put me on the map and set me up, to start to get some sponsorships at the end of that year.
Well, the cool part is you come across the finish line and he announces, "Hey, what a great race! Here he is. What's your name?"
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, he had to ask you who the heck you were.
He didn't know who I was.
Yeah.
Nobody did. Yeah. A lot of people thought I was a lost age grouper
who just happened to who missed a lap somewhere.
Yeah. He was just like, he jumped off his bike on the way in and just ran down the hill. So I don't know.
So when you win it once and it's a surprise, that's great. You come back to year two. Mm-hmm. And now you're no surprise. Everybody's there's a little more pressure, right? You got a little bit of sponsorship. Definitely. And people are looking at you and going, all right, he sort of surprised us last year, but he's not going to surprise us this year.
Yeah. It was like that, and it was a stressful experience for me. I was on they put me on the cover of Triathlete magazine, and I still really hadn't. I had some other kind of top 3, top 5 finishes, but I think internally, the thing that was most difficult was just internally, like, thinking about whether or not I was, like, that was my kind of peak, like, one-hit wonder, like, am I ever going to win another race again?
Right.
And then having the extra pressure of being on, like, the cover of a magazine and being like, oh, man, do I, like, deserve, this is, like,
I don't deserve this, I had one win, big deal, yeah.
And so, it was a lot of pressure, but... then with good coaching and everything else and good support, just had another great day, and it's just been a magical place for me, the last few years, and this year was no different. It was just as magical in a totally different way, it was fun.
You win any race 4 times in a row, that's doing something.
It's crazy because you think about it, like, I broke my foot right in 2013 at Wildflower.
Yes.
Winning the race, and then didn't race again until 2014. So
Wildflower.
I literally,
So you really had no idea.
I had no idea what was going to happen. It's just been a good day there. It's just crazy.
And the thing about the Wildflower course is you come down that last hill.
Yeah.
At the worst possible time, if you've got any type of minor injury, it becomes a major injury because it's straight downhill at mile from 12 to 13.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's really steep, all pavement, and it beats you up for sure.
So this year, Princeton 70.3.
Yeah.
Was it Oceanside Sprint? No, that was last. That was year before.
That was 2/3.
But you've had some just really fun races. I know they don't seem fun when you don't win them, right? But the Princeton race, 70.3, Victor Zimstead, last 100 meters. I mean, we're talking like just sub 4 hour type of race.
Yeah, totally.
But it comes down to the last 100 meters.
Yeah.
That's got to be awful.
It was terrible. It was Victor had a great race and ran very smart. I sat on him knowing that I was at any point could like be seized with cramps or like not be able to run, and basically was like, if I'm going to win this race, the only chance I have is in the last 100 meters because if I try to go right now, I could just completely blow up. And I was also thinking about the thing with Andy, right? Where when I was running at Oceanside, I went at mile 6 feeling amazing and put a big gap on him, and then he just slowly reeled me back in and passed me in the last half mile, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, God, I don't want that to happen again.
I'll try something different.
So then I tried again, and I still lost. But, one of these times I'm going to do it right. Yeah.
It'll be here in Kona.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there you go.
There you go.
Just saving it for the right day.
Is this your first time here?
No. This is my third time out to watch the race. Yeah.
And what have you learned from watching this thing besides that it's a brutal way to spend the day?
I mean, I think that is how I would sum it up. I think that you have to walk this fine line of caution and taking advantage of the moment. And what's hard about Kona is knowing where you are on that line when an opportunity arises.
Right.
And you see guys that in their mind and at the time they probably made the right decision to go or to do whatever, to make a break on the bike or to hang back, but it's cost them in the run or late on the bike or whatever it is. And I think Kona is just one of those things where it's so hard to know, to project your energy out, your energy expenditure to the end of the race and know what you're going to be capable of. Because the heat can come in and it can just cripple you in a mile or two. And I think that's the thing that I've seen the most. So I think for me personally, it would be, my first experience here would be to definitely err strongly on the cautious side and get to the finish line confident.
Yeah.
And hope that ends in a good result, but you never know.
Have you done a full yet?
No. So it's a long way out.
But in this day and age, you can, there's good dollars in the Ironman 70.3, Wildflower.
Oh, totally.
You could go through your career and not do a full Ironman. Do you want to do a full Ironman?
I do mostly because of this, because I want to experience this as an athlete, and not necessarily because I want to be a world champion and it's all about being winning Kona, but I think just experiencing this and being a part of the event as an athlete, I think is a really important experience to have as a professional. And I want to do it at some point. It's just I actually, the plan was to do an Ironman at the end of this year in the hopes of qualifying for a 2015 Kona, but with the injury that I had, it just didn't make sense to try to do that. So everything's kind of set back a year. So 2016 is the target for Kona still.
So next big race, Wildflower, 2000.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be on the half Ironman circuit. Next year with tried to go to Austria and race well there, and then do an Ironman right after that.
Love it.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Have fun tomorrow.
Yeah,
when you're not racing, you just have a drink with an umbrella in it, right?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's no problem.
And has Lauren come over here?
No, she's back at home with the kid. It's a little too much to bring Jude to this type of stuff and making sure that he's getting his nap in and everything else. But it's I miss them a lot, but it doesn't make sense for him to come.
Business trip.
Yeah, it is. It kind of is. It's a business trip. I mean, it's hard to.
Yeah, no, this is my office.
It's hard to say that it's business when you look out behind us, but it is.
You're the CEO of Picky Bars. You need to be here.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm always representing the company and the many companies that support me and make this thing possible. And so it's fun to come out and interact with people, do a lot of social media stuff and everything else, and have people come up and say they follow me on whatever and they like everything else. It's a fun deal. It's a fun place to be.
Jesse, thanks, man, for the
thanks
time.
A lot. Yeah,
always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Jesse Thomas, our guest again. This is actually a wrap for Breakfast from Kona, presented by Active, #Inspired to Race. My name is Bob Babbitt. Our sponsors have been Timex, Rudy Project, GoPro, MPA Graphics, Lava Magazine, Babbittville Radio. On Sunday, we will be doing our championship edition from right here at Huggos. And tomorrow, Saturday, we'll be on Ironman.com. Paul Hudd and I will be doing radio all day long, starting at 6 a.m. Poncho Man, take us out.
Shoot, it's Aloha Friday. Good luck on Saturday. It's Aloha Friday. We'll see you on Sunday. breakfast with Bob. It's breakfast with Bob. Breakfast with Bob.
Macho Man.